You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99 WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes one free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey sports fans, he has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com/at Braves Country.
At Shell, we know from the time you get up to the time you wrap up, there's a lot of meetups, eat-ups, and hurry-ups. So come to Shell and get 3 things done at once. Fill up with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus to help keep your engine running like new. Save up with the Fuel Rewards program and never pay full price for gas again. And snack up with in-store rewards to save even more at the pump. Make the most of the stop you need to make with Shell. And engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline. See full terms and conditions at fuelrewards.com.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch by pitch of your Atlanta Braves, bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
Winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Hey, sports fans, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Here on a Friday, you have all 8 super regionals in action in women's college softball. At noon, it's number 8 versus number 9, Stanford and Duke, going head-to-head in Durham. At 2 p.m. Eastern, number 16 Clemson after number 1 Oklahoma. Game is being played in the Norman Super Regional. ESPN2 can be seen. Continuing with the coverage on ESPN2, number 13 Texas at number 4 Tennessee. Lady Vols host from Knoxville. And the 6 o'clock ESPN2, number 6 Oklahoma State at Oregon. It's game 2 of their Super Regional in Stillwater. 8 o'clock tonight on ESPN2, Lady Seminoles, the Lady Bulldogs, game number 2 in the Tallahassee Super. And at 8 Eastern on ESPNU, number 12 Northwestern at Alabama in Tuscaloosa. 10 o'clock on the U, you'll have San Diego State and number 15 Utah. ESPN2, Louisiana at number 7 Washington. That'll kick off the Seattle Super Regional and complete 6 back-to-back games on the deuce for the Women's Super Regional heading into this Memorial Day weekend. Friday in Major League Baseball, the Atlanta Braves will host the Philadelphia Phillies. Taijuan Walker on the bump for Philly. Schuster gets the nod for the Atlanta Braves. Game can be caught here on Braves Country HD. Pitch by pitch, play by play. 7:20 Eastern, Braves Country Baseball begins. Mets are at the Rockies at 8:40. Scherzer versus Seabold. The Nationals are at the Royals at 8:10. Patrick Corbin, 3-5 with a 4.47 versus Jordan Lyles, 0-8 with a 7.15. Marlins are at the Angels. Luzardo versus Detmers. That game is at 9:38 Eastern. And the Cubs are at the Reds. That game's going on this afternoon. We'll keep you up to date. Hunter Green on the mound for Cincinnati. Your Apple TV games tonight, White Sox and Tigers at 6:40, Lynn versus Wentz. The Padres and Yankees, 7:05, Musgrove versus Severino. At 6:40, the Dodgers head to Tampa Bay to battle the Rays. Noah Syndergaard on the hill for LA. Rangers are at the Orioles at 7:05, Gray versus Rodriguez. Flaherty and Bibby, 7:10 in Cleveland, Cardinals and Guardians. At 8:10, you got the Giants and Brewers, Alex Wood versus Peralta, along with the Blue Jays and Twins, Kevin Gausman versus Varland. Red Sox continue their road trip, 9:40 at Arizona, Chris Sale versus Brandon Pfaadt. And at 9:40, the Astros are at the A's, Hunter Brown on the bump for Houston. The late pitch, Pirates at the Mariners, Keller versus Kirby should be a low-scoring, well-pitched affair in Seattle. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? I'm trying to save the pup.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? I'm trying to save the pup. Really, this is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
To Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/at Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. We've got sports overload this weekend. Holy cow.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? I am doing pretty damn good. We got a big weekend in not just Major League Baseball, which obviously Atlanta took care of business last night and beat the Phillies in the first game. One of the two games that I was most concerned with. Now, you're obviously always concerned about all of them, but when you look at the matchups, and we're going to get into the matchups for all three games left for this weekend, that coming up in Braves Country Report here in a second. But I do want to mention a couple of things. At the top of the hour, we're bringing something special to you. It's going to be Joey and Tones, and they are going to bring you the Wrestling Report. You're going to hear them call it the Wrestling Report. I'm going to call it the Wrestling Report, as a big weekend for WWE Wrestling, and they're going to bring that to you, and they're going to dive into it for the entire second hour. So for you wrestling fans, and if you tuned in because you saw it on the header here on Braves Country Show, that is coming up at the top of the hour. Now, we're going to get into Braves baseball here in a second, but I wanted to touch on a few things. We got so much junk going on in the world of sports, and not to mention it's Memorial Day weekend. Everyone's going to be grilling out by the pool or the lake or wherever the heck you can get away to. I'm going to be in my backyard with the pool action going on. But look, you've got a full weekend of Major League Baseball. In fact, Chicago and Cincinnati are already at it. It's 3-0 Cincinnati in the third inning as they're playing a day game in Chicago. So you got to love that on a Memorial Day weekend. Earlier today, they started it early with the women's college softball super regionals this weekend. Stanford beat Duke. Now that was number 9 versus number 8. Stanford beat Duke. That series is being played in Durham. I have not watched Stanford play this year. I do know Duke has got a very good team. With them being in the ACC, I've watched them quite a bit. I watch a lot of women's college softball throughout the season. I primarily catch ACC and SEC in that order, but I do try to catch the top-ranked teams, but I've not seen Stanford this year. So they're up 1-0. Right now, Oklahoma leads Clemson. Now, Oklahoma is one of the favorites. Oklahoma, in fact, is the number 1 team in the country right now. And, of course, with the tournament always being played in Oklahoma, they've got a decided advantage, as does Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State last night won their first game, and so they're up 1-0 over Oregon. They'll be back at it tonight at 6 o'clock. Now, there are 6, count them, 6. I don't even know how to word that. It's not a quadruple header, and it's not a quintuple. It's a 6 header. I don't even know how to word that. There's 6 games going back to back all the way to midnight tonight on ESPN2, women's college softball. Now, you do have a couple of games on ESPN as well. And one of the teams on ESPN tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern, is going to be Florida State, who has a 1-0 lead on Georgia, the Lady Bulldogs. Now that game is being, or that series is being, all these series are being played in one spot, and they're best 2 out of 3 for folks who don't follow this, just like the way the men's are set up. So that's going to be tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern on ESPN, the mothership, and Florida State needs 1 win to get to the World Series. And like I said, that begins tonight at 8 o'clock. Now, all the other games, if you're looking for ESPN, or if you're looking for women's college softball, it's all on ESPN2 except for that game on the mothership. And then at 10 o'clock, Louisiana, Washington, number 7 in the country. That game is on the mothership. So it's a double header on ESPN of Florida State, Georgia, and then the Louisiana, Washington series. And then the rest of the games, all other 6 games today are on ESPN2. So you just flip it over to ESPN2, get you a cold one, and get your weekend started off right. Tennessee plays at 4 o'clock Eastern, number 4 versus number 13 Texas, the battle of the real UT. Oklahoma leads Clemson right now 2-0. That game is in the 4th. And then Alabama is at 8 o'clock on the deuce. They're the number 5 team versus number 12 Northwestern. And then you've got, what do you have? 10 o'clock Eastern tonight, Utah and San Diego State. And that is on the deuce, 10 Eastern. Utah is number 15 in the country. I feel like I left one out. No, I guess that's it. So what you have going on right now in the Super Regionals, one team from each of these weekends, from each of these super regional, one winner, best 2 out of 3, goes to the Women's College World Series, which begins, I think it's June 1st. So it's early next week. I want to say Wednesday, Thursday, somewhere in that neighborhood. But what you have right now, the best 2 out of 3, Stanford leads their series 1-0. They need one win over Duke. Florida State needs one win over Georgia. Conversely, Georgia needs to beat Florida State twice to punch their ticket. And what was the other one? The Oklahoma State series. Oklahoma State, number 6 in the country. They beat Oregon. They need one win against Oregon. Now, Oklahoma State has a very big advantage because the Women's College World Series is always in their backyard. And so there you have that, and that's what's going on. The men's college baseball, all the conference tournaments are going on right now. Kind of too much to really keep up with all that. I mean, it really is a lot. When it gets over to the regionals, we'll start covering that. We'll start checking the scores for you and whatnot. But you've got the ACC tournament, you've got the SEC tournament going on, and there's just a wall-to-wall. If you're a big college baseball fan, just get on the plus. Wall-to-wall men's college baseball all weekend long. And you had, let me see where we're at. I clicked on the wrong link. That's going to bring me every single game known to man. But anyways, right now where we are at in the college baseball world is game after. In fact, Duke and Miami are playing right now. Miami's ranked number 11 in the country. Miami leads Duke. I'm sorry. Duke has tied it up. It's 1-1. And that game is I think heading to the second inning. But you've got wall-to-wall baseball going on. Earlier today, Clemson beat Boston College. See if there's any other. I think all the SEC actions tonight. Yes. South Carolina and Vanderbilt. Sorry. Alabama and Vanderbilt, they go on at 7:30, and that's going to be on the SEC network. So a lot of these games are going to be on SEC network, ACC network, et cetera, et cetera. So if you're looking for college sports action, it is absolutely jam-packed this weekend with the conference tournaments in men's baseball and the super regionals in women's college softball. And if you have not watched women's college softball and you're a baseball fan, I would encourage you to watch it. It's entertaining. It really is. It's much better than it used to be. I remember 20 years ago sitting in restaurants working with friends of mine, and we would try to turn it on, and it would just bore us to tears. First of all, the players have gotten much better. But also, along with that has come the offense. I can remember watching games, I'm telling you, just as early as 15 to 20 years ago. Now, it really isn't that much of a difference, but obviously it's an entire generation. And you would feel like a game was over if someone got a 1-0, 2-0 lead. You're like, oh my God, it's over. It was like watching a soccer match. You're like, well, we had a good run. And now, routinely, you had the perfect game the other day when Florida State knocked out South Carolina to get to the super regionals. And what a game that was by Catherine Sandercock. But that's not normally in today's women's college softball, you're getting a handful of runs on each side. And it's made the sport so much better. Plus, one of the things I really like about it is that along with more power coming, they've also added more speed. And so you're seeing a lot of hit and runs, all that kind of stuff. So if you haven't given it a try, I would suggest giving it a try. You're going to see better pitching here in the super regional, so they won't be quite as high scoring, but you will get some shootouts from time to time. So there you have that. All right. Other things going on that are non-Major League Baseball. We're going to get into that in the very next segment coming up here in just a flash, but I want to get a couple of things in here. First of all, we don't have a matchup yet for the Stanley Cup, as Vegas and Dallas, they are still going. Dallas staved off elimination last night, and if you missed the game, they being Dallas won in overtime on their home ice. So what does that mean now? Okay, so they're down 3-1. They're heading to Vegas, and that game is Saturday night at 8:00. And that'll be on ABC, it looks like. Monday, if there is a game 6, Monday that game is at 8:00 on ESPN. And if for some reason we get all the way to a game 7, that game would be Wednesday at 9:00 at Vegas. So Vegas still has home ice. Dallas, to win this, Dallas still has to beat Vegas twice in their building, in Vegas's building. Dallas only has one more game at home, which is game 6. That being said, home ice has never mattered one damn bit in hockey. It really doesn't, because it's such a fast moving sport. I have never seen home ice being like a tremendous advantage. It's cool to watch. Sometimes you'll get some of these home ices when the fans are into it and they're waving their towels, and it's really neat to watch as a fan from home. But it doesn't affect the play on the ice. Not so much in football, not so much in, even I think baseball with the dimensions in different parks, that has a big factor. Not to mention the fact, I still think there are times that guys feel the pressure in front of the crowds in baseball. Basketball, I think the reason why that tends to have a home court advantage. Some teams don't have home court advantage. Some teams just don't play that much better at home or whatnot. But the ones that I've seen over the years, I really think that has to do with they're comfortable in their surroundings, their rim. If you ever played competitive basketball, which I did very shortly when I was much, much younger, but drawing off of that memory from a long, long time ago, I can tell you that when we played on courts, in home courts, as opposed to on the road, and you can even say this, if you're playing pickup games, and we used to travel around to play other teams on their court as opposed to our court, this has nothing to do with the fans, but it really came down to we liked certain rims better. We liked certain boards better. And it gets into your head, and if you feel comfortable, you tend to play better. By the way, the Reds are opening it up on Justin Steele at 6-0 in Chicago. Steele has pitched really well at home, too. This is a big surprise. And Hunter Green has struggled a bit, and he is, now it's still early, but he's pitching lights out. All right, the next thing up on the docket is, of course, the NBA. All of a sudden, we got ourselves a series. Haven't really talked a lot of NBA this past week or so because both series have been absolute snore fests. Lakers got swept. The thing that the NBA never wanted, which was the Lakers and Celtics getting swept after getting them so close to the finals, because obviously that's where the big fan bases are. We almost got that. Lakers got swept, although they played competitive games. One thing you say about that sweep by the Lakers, you never saw them give up, and I felt like that they were a lot closer to beating Denver than what the series read, because if you watch the scoreboard, all those games were really competitive basketball games. But the Boston Celtics, if you missed it, last night, they went out and they beat the brakes off of Miami. Miami made it closer in the end in the fourth quarter where they lost by 13. It was not that close. It was an 18-point game going into the fourth. It never really felt like it was a competitive basketball game in the fourth. For that matter, around halftime. Around halftime, you felt like, this game's pretty much over. At halftime, Miami was down, what were they, 61-44? And then the Celtics outscored them by 1 point in the third, just kind of treading water. And then fourth quarter hit. Once they got about 4 or 5 minutes left, they started really putting on cruise control. Miami hit a couple of shots to make the score look better. but it didn't cover a spread, and they fell by the wayside 110-97. So you look at that game, and you look at Game 5 in Miami, where the Celtics put up 116-99. So pretty similar scores, right? And the big thing in that one was the Celtics dominated the third quarter. That one, they outscored Miami by 15, and that was essentially what they lost by. In this game last night, Celtics came out smoking hot in the first quarter. They were at 35-20 at the end of the first, and that was pretty much all she wrote. After that, Celtics just kind of kept it on cruise control, matched them bucket for bucket, and the game was over. So now they head back to Miami. That game is Saturday night. It is 8:30. That game is going to be on TNT. We've got ourselves a series, my friend, because if I told you that this went back and forth, and it was 3-2 Miami, you'd be saying to yourself, well, they better win Saturday because you don't want to go back to Boston for a Game 7, right? Well, that's where we're at regardless. And so this is going to be a very competitive, closely contested game, I think. All I can say is Miami better not let Boston win, because I would be shocked if Boston won on Saturday and lost the series. I think if they win on Saturday, you're almost going to see a defeatist attitude from Miami. Miami better come out ready to punch and swing, because Saturday night, Celtics, Heat, they better hope Tatum doesn't come out and start draining it, because that's going to be a problem. Tatum had 21 last night, but he got a lot of them early, and then he kind of put it on cruise control. And the Heat are now dealing with injuries, and they're coming down the stretch. And you're starting to see the Celtic team that all along was the number 2 seed in the East for a reason, and now here they are, ready to take over the series if Miami lets them. So right now, Boston's actually favoring that game. It's 2.5-point spread. Believe that? 2.5-point spread in Miami in a must-win for the Heat. And for folks who don't follow a lot of NBA, no, it has never happened. In the history of the NBA, a team up 3-0 at any point in time in the playoffs, a team up 3-0 has never came back and won 4 straight. The only team to ever do it in Major League Baseball was also from Boston, the Boston Red Sox. So that's where we are sitting at now. And, I mean, wow. Unbelievable. Okay, let's go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk some Braves baseball. It's time to get into that. We got a big series coming up. And then Tones and Joey coming up the top of the hour with the WQEE. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country today. Braves Country HD is coming your way live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on the Key. We're talking Major League Baseball, all the college spring sports, and the majors all spring and summer long. So keep up with your Atlanta Braves weekdays live 3 to 5 on Braves Country HD. And make sure to catch our play-by-play Braves Country Baseball all summer long.
Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's The Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles Veneer Special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines 2 of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hockey season, and that means new merch over at ourdragonsmerch.com. Get the latest designs and some of our fun new souvenirs ahead of what's sure to be a great hockey season. Celebrate another season of River Dragons hockey by getting a new look to wear on game days, or surprise the big-time sports fan in your life with a new keepsake that will make them a River Dragons fan for life. Order online right now at ourdragonsmerch.com. That's the letter R, dragonsmerch.com. We'll see you at the rink.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Let me see if I can cut to the chase by using myself as an example. 6 months ago, I was living in Boston. My wife had left me, which was very painful. Then she came back to me, which was excruciating.
You're in Braves country.
All right, Braves Country. Get it. Went out there and got that big W last night. You got to love that. The Atlanta Braves went out there and took care of the Philadelphia Phillies in game 1 of a 4-game series, not your traditional 3-game series. So I figure what we'll do here on a Friday is we'll go over all the pitching matchups we're looking at this weekend and kind of get you set for tonight's action. We're going to have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves as 7:20 first pitch, and we'll be giving you tonight's game, and then tomorrow's game is a 4:10. It's an early pitch, 4:10 Eastern. So we'll come on about 3:30 for a pregame and kind of react to whatever happens tonight. And then, of course, looking forward to tomorrow. Now, as far as tonight's pitch-up matchup, I'm expecting a fairly high-scoring game. I mean, if you look at these two pitchers that are expected to be on the mound tonight, Taijuan Walker has a 5.79 ERA. A 5.79 ERA. I mean, this is a guy that they went out and signed to a pretty healthy free agent deal. And when the deal went down, if you were listening to the show back then, you'll remember me saying, there's a reason why the New York Mets did not make a play for him. There's a very good reason for it. They'd seen enough. He goes through these peaks and valleys, and there are times where Taijuan Walker looks really good. But he tends to run out of gas at the end of the year. That's number one. Number two, he ends up being very, very inconsistent. He's a fly ball pitcher, and that does not play well in today's game. Not to mention, what the hell was Philadelphia thinking? Signing a fly ball pitcher in that stadium. But anyways, that's what they did. I think they got drawn to his strikeout ability. He does have 42 strikeouts through 46 innings. 45 hits allowed. And so when you're looking at this ERA of 5.79, a whip of 144, there's one common denominator that goes on when Taijuan Walker's on the mound. Whether he is able to pitch out of the danger or not, there's usually ducks on the pond. And that's a lot to navigate through. And look, unless he goes out there and channels his inner Cy Young tonight, I expect the same kind of thing going on tonight where Braves are going to be able to get on base and it's just going to come up. Do they knock him in? So it's a fairly even matchup with the youngster Schuster going to the mound. We know he's been up and down, but that's what you expect from a rookie. The one thing that I'll say for him over Dylan Dodd is that he tends to keep the ball on the ground. We know that he had the one bout outing, but all in all, he tends to keep the ball on the ground. He has a slightly higher strikeout rate than what Dodd has, but he does walk a lot. And that's going to be the key tonight, is keeping the free passes to a very, very minimum. Because the last thing you want with this Philadelphia lineup is for them to go out there and get free base after free base after free base. And then the next thing you know, someone goes out there and smacks a 3-run home run. They put a bullet in the gap and 2 runs come in. Those can jump on you really, really quickly. So that's what I'm focusing on tonight with the pitching matchup is I think both guys are probably going to put up numbers where you're going to see traffic on the base paths. Who can come through? Who can knock them through? And look, Acuna really hasn't done anything the last few nights. In baseball, we know is the hardest sport there is. The hardest thing to do in all sports is to hit a baseball. You're hitting a round object with a round object. It's coming at you, and you don't know where it's going or the speed. So you expect guys from time to time to kind of scuffle their feet a little bit and stub their toe. I'm expecting a big weekend from Ronald Acuna Jr. And this is the type of pitcher that Acuna can get after. Now, the one thing I'll say for Acuna, and I've noticed this over the last couple of years, and I'm sure there's conversations, but I don't know how they go. But I would like to know what his theory is and why he thinks it's beneficial to practically always, and I mean always, he did it last night, swing at the first damn pitch of the game. The very first pitch. Do you not want to see what a guy's got? And I get it. If you get a pitch right in a certain spot, there's nothing wrong with swinging at the first pitch. I get that part. But he's constantly swinging at the very first pitch of the game. And then what happens is that he feels obligated to take a pitch the next time he comes up. The pitcher knows that. Happened last night. Now, he ended up getting a base hit on the second at bat, but the one that he put into the gap that was on the outer part of the plate that he drove into the right center field gap, The pitch before that, the first pitch, it was a hanging slider. And it is a pitch that 99 times out of 100, Acuna swings at. But I take it that he did not swing at that because he doesn't want to be 2 pitches, 2 outs into the ball game. And I get that once you've done it the first time. But then, once again, you're hamstringing yourself. I think he got this mentality from when he played with Freddie Freeman. You always saw Freddie Freeman trying to ambush the first pitch. But the difference between Freeman at that stage of his career and Acuna is that Freeman was a chiseled veteran and grizzled veteran, excuse me. And he could usually go up there with a pretty good game plan going into the first pitch. And if he saw specifically what he was looking for, then, or what he thought he was saying, then you would see him swing. But when you're dealing with Acuna and you're dealing with a kid that's still learning the game, I don't know. I would like to see every once in a while him go up there and work a count to start the game. I'm not saying to go up there every time and take 2 strikes off the jump. The next thing you know, you're flailing, you're behind in the count to start the game. I'm not saying that. But I see it time and time and time again. He swings at the very first pitch. And a lot of times, it's a ground ball to the left-hand side of the infield. And it might even be a hard hit, but usually the defense is playing over there because they know what's what's about to happen. So anyways, happy Memorial Day weekend as we get set for this Braves-Phillies matchup. So tonight, you see the Taijuan Walker matchup versus Jared Schuster. Like I said, I suspect we're going to have a lot of runners on the base paths and probably a high-scoring game, but it really comes down to when you get a guy in scoring position, do you get him in? And this is a type of game that I think, usually I'm all for get them on, get them over, get them in. That type of baseball, right? Usually adds up, and by the end of the night, you've won the game 4-2. But in a game like this, where Schuster's probably going to give up some runs. He looked great against Seattle, but Seattle's offense has always been up and down. He's going up against a much more formidable offense in Philadelphia. But in a game like this, we're going to need some crooked numbers to win the game. Now, the one thing going for Schuster, Philly ranks in the bottom third of baseball against left-handed starting pitching. So you like the numbers advantage there, but he better be careful going around some of the right-handed sluggers that they have that feast on the left-handed pitching. And Castellanos is the number one guy that comes in line along with JT Realmuto. JT Realmuto, though he still has power, really tends to be more of a guy that tries to hit it in the gap and drive him in. So those are the 2 guys that I'm concerned about tonight. As far as with Taijuan Walker on the mound, I mean, this is a pitcher with the perfect opportunity for Matt Olson to take 1 yard. Right-handed, power pitching guy who throws a lot of fastballs and gives up a lot of fly balls. This is one that Olson should be able to get a hold of one. And Riley's swinging the bat so well here the last few days. Look out for him. And I do expect Acuna to go out there this entire weekend. I expect Acuna to go out and put on a show. Now, when you look at tomorrow's game, as you scroll down your schedule, tomorrow's game is an interesting one because you're going to have Zach Wheeler going up against Charlie Morton. And Wheeler is not pitching the way he has in years past. He's got a much higher ERA than normal, a 4.11 ERA. He's giving up a lot more base hits, which is obviously leading to the runs. He's given up 56 hits in 57 innings. And then 64 strikeouts over 57 innings. So his strikeout rate's still pretty much the same. It's a touch low, but it's pretty much there. He's given up a lot of hard contact base hits. He's still only given up 4 home runs, so that's not. You don't hate that if you're Philadelphia, especially considering where he calls home. That is a home run Harris Park. So 4 home runs. He normally pitches really well against Atlanta. And that's going to be a tough one. We'll dive more into it in the pregame on Saturday, but that's going to be a tough one. And Charlie Morton's going to have to go out there and pitch a gem. Now, Charlie Morton's numbers right now are actually better than Wheeler. The biggest difference, the negative, I would say, is he's got a higher walk rate. He's also given up more hits per inning. But his strikeout rate is almost right there with Wheeler. And he's given up a couple more home runs, and they're only 5 innings apart. But typically when Charlie Morton gives up a home run, the one thing you can say for Charlie, when he gives up a home run, it's normally not of the two-run, 3-run variety. It's usually a solo shot. But that's gonna be a tough one. Because the Braves hit left-handed pitching much better, especially because Zach Wheeler's a ground ball pitcher. He throws a heavy, heavy pitch. And with the Phillies and the way they hit right-handed pitching, that's going to be the toughest matchup, I think. I felt really good about the fact that we got the W last night against Nola, because normally Nola gives us fits. And especially with Dodd on the mound, who really didn't pitch that great, but he didn't pitch that bad, honestly. For a rookie spot start, it wasn't terrible. You'll take that 9 times out of 10. The offense showed up, and that's what really saved us. But all in all, you can't kill Dodd for what he gave us last night. I thought he was pretty darn good. I don't expect the moon and stars when these rookies come out there. So that's going to be the matchup on Saturday afternoon. Remember something too, when you're talking about, depending on what the weather is going to be like, if it's sunny and whatnot, when you talk about a late pitch on Sunday afternoon, those middle innings at Truist Park, usually the shadow's casting over, and you're dealing with, it's not that long of a wait, but 2 innings, sometimes as long as 3 with the new pitch clock, of very difficult conditions to be able to hit the baseball, pick up the baseball, because of the shadows that are casted. And Wheeler can use that to his advantage, but so can Charlie Morton with that curveball. So there you have that. And then you look at Sunday's game. Philly has yet to announce a starter. They may go with a bullpen game. Right now, we've got Spencer Strider being projected on the mound. So if you look at who has pitched for Philadelphia, Wednesday's game, was Ranger Suarez. So he's obviously not in play. He went 5 innings. He has not pitched well, by the way. 5 innings, 5 earned runs. I mean, this kid, I think he's only had 2, maybe 3 starts. He's got a 9.82 ERA. So we don't get a chance to face him, which is disappointing, because Suarez is not pitching well now. and the Braves feast on left-handers. If you go back, as Philly has not had a day off. If you go back to what went down on the Tuesday game, which would fast forward 5 days later, it was a bullpen game. Strom came out and started. And those Strom, he's looked upon as a guy that they want to go the distance, but a lot of times he doesn't make it past 2 or 3 innings. So if you look at Strom's his game log from this year, he's averaged about 2 innings an outing. He did go as deep as 3 in early May. Now, if you go all the way back to the beginning of the year, they were asking him to go 4, 5. He got knocked out in 2 2/3 after giving up 3 runs. But then he went 5 1/3, 5 1/3, gave up a total of 3 runs in those almost 11 innings. But then you look at what has transpired since then. So he got blown up in early May. Los Angeles they put up 4 runs on him in 3 1/3. Yeah, okay. Now I'm just going off the assumption that he may be the guy. So you go, okay. But what happened the next couple of games? They didn't run him out there very long. They ran him about 2 innings. He didn't give up any runs, earned or otherwise, but he only went 2 innings against the Red Sox. Once again, only went 1 inning against Colorado. Once again, only was asked to go 2 1/3 against San Fran. 1 versus Chicago. So, his last outing, 2 innings, 2 earned runs. So, what it's looking like to me is that he might be one of those guys, and sometimes this happens. Much more recent in the modern day game of baseball than what you had, just even 10 years ago. But there are teams that come across and they say, you know what, this guy's stuff, once you see it the second time through the lineup, it's no good. So we got to get him out. So they won't even try it. So it looks like to me for the past month, they've been working him as a bullpen guy, an opener, sometimes a piggyback. So we'll see how they go. Now, what they did the other day on Tuesday against Arizona, they had him open, and then in the middle innings, it was a gentleman by the name of Dylan Covey, who Covey has a 3 ERA through 9 innings of work. He pitched 4 against Minnesota, 5 against Arizona. He came in Arizona in the 3rd inning, and again Minnesota. They pull him up. In the Minnesota game, same situation. Now this is when he was with the Dodgers, so I'm thinking he got DFA'd. But it was the same situation. He came in and piggybacked it and gave 4 innings for the Dodgers. So what I'm looking at here is most likely it's a bullpen type of game. They might announce Strom and then end up going to the bullpen. But it's going to be Spencer Strider for Atlanta. And so it's a Sunday night game. We expect to win that damn game. I do. Bullpen game of Philadelphia versus Spencer Strider. Let's go. I feel like tomorrow night's game is a real crapshoot between Wheeler and Charlie, with it being at home. Yeah, I like our chances, but still Wheeler has pitched well against us more than one time. So I think tonight's game is very important. I think it could be a swing. It could be the difference between splitting the series and winning 3 out of 4. We already got the first win, so you love that. And I believe we're going to win the game on Sunday night, assuming everything stays the same. So if you take that into consideration, we win Strider's start. We won last night. And tomorrow night, it's an iffy one. And when I say iffy, when you consider the fact of having to brush your bullpen out there also back to back, eventually there's going to be a day where they're going to go get him, Tonkin, and everyone's going to be out of their mind mad. But the average fan doesn't understand. They are trying to monitor these guys' innings and pitches, not just throughout the entire year, week to week, day to day. So there are guys, without them announcing it, that are not available. I see the questions all the time, but like, why didn't we use so-and-so? We could have used so-and-so in this matchup. Well, they talked to Snicker after the game, and the first thing when something like that is asked, and then he'll come out and say he wasn't available tonight. I was like, oh, is there something wrong with him? Nope. Just wasn't available tonight. We made the decision before the game started that unless we were just rushed into it and were forced to do it, we were not going to put pitcher A or pitcher B out there. So you look at it, if these are close games, we've already used Iglesias. We've used last night we used Anderson. We use these guys in the Dodger series. There's going to be a night here where, I'm not saying you punt it, but you're hoping for a comfortable win because you're going to be asking other guys than Iglesias to shut it down. So tonight is a very important swing game. I do think Atlanta gets him because I really liked what I saw from Schuster last night. I was impressed. Sunday versus Seattle. I was impressed. He was pulling the string on that slider. That thing was so pretty to watch. I'm hoping he's even remotely close to that tonight. And if he is, he'll be able to keep this Philly bats off balance, and we should be able to get some runs up on the board. Hopefully get a very comfortable lead, and then maybe we don't have to use the back of our bullpen tonight. Maybe we can give them the night off and get ready for a tough game on Saturday. So that's what I'm hoping for, is that our bats get going. I think we're going to score runs. I'm going to say Atlanta wins this one, and I'm optimistic with Schuster this time around. So give me Atlanta in a comfortable win. I'll say 8-3. 8-3. We go out there and put the runs on them. And we get the first two of the series. And all that could possibly mean for us is that then you're playing with house money. You just need to win one of the next two to win the series. And you've at least split it, which means you're not going to lose any ground. We go into tonight's game 8 in front of Philly, 5.5 in front of the Mets. And remember, the Mets, though it's not a good team, they're out in Colorado this weekend. And that can do wonders to your bullpen. They might really take a beating out there. I'm hoping win, lose, or draw, no matter what the Mets record is out there, I'm hoping those are shootouts. I want to be looking at the scoreboard and seeing Mets and Rockies all weekend long, 10-11 in the 6th inning, just grinding their bullpen, because that'll take a toll on them. We see them in about a week and a half. All right, let's go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, we got something special for you. Tones and Joey are bringing you, they're calling it the Wrestling Report. I've renamed it the Wrestling Report, but they're going to talk about pro wrestling this weekend. And I gave them the floor because I don't know a darn thing about it. and I'd rather let them just have the stage as we take you into Memorial Day weekend. So I'm going to go ahead and say my goodbyes now. And my lock, by the way, tonight, give me the Braves and the over, the team over. I believe it's 5 runs right now. So give me the Braves and the over. I think we're going to put some runs on the board. But the Wrestling Report is going to be up here in just a moment. We're going to head to the quick break and hit the station ID. And then when we come back on the other side from the Sports Flash, Tones and Joey will bring you the Wrestling Report. They're planning on doing this a few more times this year when they get the big ones, and this is a big one this weekend. And they mentioned a couple others this year, so looking forward to this. Enjoy it, and y'all have a great weekend, great Memorial Day weekend, and we'll see you on the other side. We're going to bring you tonight's game. We'll bring you tomorrow night's game, and then also Sunday and Monday's game. We will have the feed up. We're going to do something special with that. We're actually going to do some stuff with the veterans. So it won't be the play-by-play. It'll be a tribute to the veterans that we've done in the past, where we salute the different athletes from all sports that served our country. Some fought and died, some fought and survived, but we kind of tell their tales. All right. We're going to go ahead and hit the break. When we come back, the Wrestling Report with Tones and Joey. Keep it locked in here on WQEE 99.1 FM. Happy Memorial Day, y'all. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Here on a Friday, you have all 8 super regionals in action in women's college softball. At noon, it's number 8 versus number 9 Stanford and Duke going head-to-head in Durham. At 2 p.m. Eastern, number 16 Clemson after number 1 Oklahoma. Game is being played in the Norman Super Regional. ESPN2 can be seen. Continuing with the coverage on ESPN2, number 13 Texas at number 4 Tennessee. Lady Vols host from Knoxville. And the 6 o'clock ESPN2, number 6 Oklahoma State at Oregon. It's game 2 of their Super Regional in Stillwater. 8 o'clock tonight on ESPN2, Lady Seminoles, the Lady Bulldogs, game number 2 in the Tallahassee Super. And at 8 Eastern on ESPNU, number 12 Northwestern at Alabama in Tuscaloosa. 10 o'clock on the U, you'll have San Diego State and number 15 Utah. ESPN2, Louisiana at number 7 Washington. That'll kick off the Seattle Super Regional and complete 6 back-to-back games on the deuce for the Women's Super Regional heading into this Memorial Day weekend. Friday in Major League Baseball, the Atlanta Braves will host the Philadelphia Phillies. Taijuan Walker on the bump for Philly. Schuster gets the nod for the Atlanta Braves. Game can be caught here on Braves Country HD, pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, 7:20 Eastern. Braves Country Baseball begins. Mets are at the Rockies at 8:40, Scherzer versus Seabold. The Nationals are at the Royals at 8:10. Patrick Corbin, 3-5 with a 4.47 versus Jordan Lyles, 0-8 with the 7.15. Marlins are at the Angels, Luzardo versus Detmers. That game is at 9:38 Eastern. And the Cubs are at the Reds. That game's going on this afternoon. We'll keep you up to date. Hunter Green on the mound for Cincinnati. Your Apple TV games tonight, White Sox and Tigers at 6:40, Lynn versus Wentz. The Padres and Yankees, 7:05, Musgrove versus Severino. At 6:40, the Dodgers head to Tampa Bay to battle the Rays. Noah Syndergaard on the hill for LA. Rangers are at the Orioles at 7:05, Gray versus Rodriguez. Flaherty and Bibby, 7:10 in Cleveland, Cardinals and Guardians. At 8:10, you got the Giants and Brewers, Alex Wood versus Peralta, along with the Blue Jays and Twins, Kevin Gausman versus Varland. Red Sox continue their road trip, 9:40 at Arizona, Chris Sale versus Brandon Pfaadt. And at 9:40, the Astros are at the A's, Hunter Brown on the bump for Houston. The late pitch, Pirates at the Mariners, Keller versus Kirby should be a low-scoring, well-pitched affair in Seattle. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. The weekend is here, and we have two great pay-per-views. But before we get into all of that, this is going to be me and Mr. Tampa Tones. We are going to be taking you through the wrestling report. That's what Tones and Tampa Tones and Joe. So that's what this show is going to be about. We're going to break down when the big pay-per-views come up. For example, we have AEW Double or Nothing. We'll talk about that in the back half of the show. And on the front half, we're going to talk about the Saturday during the day pay-per-view, which is being held in Saudi Arabia at Night of Champions. So this is going to be two classics that we break down, 15 matches, 9 on the AEW card, 6 on the WWE. But before all that, Tones, how we doing and how excited are for you that, man, we're 24 hours, less than 24 hours away from one and about 48 hours away from another.
Pretty dang exciting if you ask me. And I think that having these two pay-per-views in the same weekend is always a treat. And I think talking this much wrestling heading into tomorrow is a treat. So I'm looking forward to hyping it up. I love watching these type of things. Got to wake up early tomorrow and we get a Saturday one. Well, not too early necessarily, but you know what I'm saying. If you want to get done with a couple things during the day, and if you want to enjoy the pay-per-view, got to get up a little early. And then a couple days from now, we have a big one for AEW. So I'm looking forward to both of them as well. And we're going to do our best covering some great wrestling content here like we always do on the great podcast of Cleve and Me, which you guys can keep up with on Apple, Spotify, Google, and so much more on a weekly basis. So we're really amped to talk wrestling here. We got some surprises in terms of predictions, and it's going to be a fun one. A lot of matches to cover, so not a lot of beating around the bush we got to do.
No, that is for sure. As always, we have a lot to go over, as I said, in the 15 total matches and not a lot of time. And, so we'll start with the smaller card, Mr. Tones, and that is the WWE Night of Champions that is being held, as I said, over in Saudi Arabia. And obviously we know the reasons why they do that. But I'm going to say all 6 matches, and then I'll ask you where you want to start, and we'll just hit and dive in. And we'll also give you a surprise for each show and what we think could, maybe somebody returns, for example, or somebody wins that's very unexpected. It could be really anything, but look for that to come later. Interference, we know that always happens, but we'll get into all that good stuff in a bit. Before we do so, here is the match card, not in order, but here's the 6 matches that are officially listed as of right now. You have the World Heavyweight Championship, which has been gone since 2013 when it was actually held by Randy Orton last. So that's a battle between Seth Rollins, who a lot of people see in real life now. He's in the movie scene. He's doing acting for a new Marvel movie, the new Captain America Marvel movie that comes out I think in 2024. And then you got the veteran AJ Styles, who's been through a plethora of great industries, and really we don't know how much time he has left. So that's the great World Heavyweight title. Then Tag Team Championship, Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn take on the great Roman Reigns and Solo Sikoa, which probably I would assume would be the main event, as Roman Reigns is involved. And they said, you know what, Usos, leave it to the tribal chief and his people. Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar. A lot of people know Brock Lesnar, obviously, from UFC. Cody Rhodes is pretty big on TV as well, coming over from AEW, previously being in WWE. That is a headliner match. That's their second fight since he joined WWE. Intercontinental Championship, you're going to have Gunther. Man, not only going from a husky, let's just say he was a fat guy. He went to one of the most phenomenal in shape people that you'll see at the champion. Gunther, been the longest intercontinental champion since the modern era, versus Mustafa Ali, actually a Chicago native, and that is where Tones and I is from. So that's pretty cool in terms of that. Him getting a push right now, that being Mustafa Ali. Then we look at the Raw Women's Championship. We have Bianca Belair versus Asuka. Bianca Belair has been champ for a long time, and not just one run, a couple of runs. She goes up against the hard-hitting Asuka, who's in full heel mode right now. They are both on SmackDown as the two were drafted just in the last couple of weeks. Just like the NFL draft, similar timing was the WWE draft. Just not as good as the NFL, but still a good draft and all. And then the match between two, I don't want to say Becky Lynch is a legend yet because she's still a pretty young woman, a young mom, married to Seth Rollins, who also fights on this pay-per-view. It is the veteran Becky Lynch versus the legend Trish Stratus, as a lot of people remember her, from the early 2000s more often. She has had a return, and she's been staying around. I got to give her a lot of credit. She's in phenomenal shape for her age. But Tones, that's all by Blabber, and that's the matches we have at hand for the Night of Champions. Where's your intrigue lie? Where do you want to go first? I'm going to leave that part to you, and I'll feed off of it.
When you look at these type of pay-per-views, it really all depends on where they take place for me to start with on what I think is going to be my favorite match. Like, for instance, when we had WWE Backlash after Mania, I was really intrigued by the Bad Bunny match, mainly because of where it was, right? And he's from Puerto Rico, all that good stuff to add to the intrigue and whatnot. When you look at Saudi Arabia, you're not really getting any person-specific matches, anyone of that background. So wipe that factor away. That's normally my number one factor, but you move past that. Now it comes to star power more so. There's a ton of it. You got names like Brock Lesnar. You got names like Cody Rhodes, Asuka, Bianca Belair, Kevin Owens, Seth Rollins, AJ Styles. I mean, the star power is there. There's a lot of rock stars fighting over there. So I'm really looking forward to it, as it's in the Jeddah Superdome, and it's always an incredible event in the Jeddah Superdome. So it's going to be fun to watch tomorrow. And I'm looking forward to the most, if I had to just pick one to be the cream of the crop, to be the example of, hey, I'm looking forward to this one. I think KO and Sami Zayn against the Bloodlines for multiple reasons, Joe. And one of the main ones is we've known Sami Zayn to be one of the guys who hasn't really gone to Saudi Arabia to this point for a multitude of reasons, for plenty of factors. And now we are square in the eyes of him not only going over to Saudi Arabia, but in his first time over there in quite a while, having a title defense in Saudi Arabia. And, oh, by the way, his best friend will be by his side, Kevin Owens. And I could be incorrect, but I believe Kevin Owens, maybe not on all of them, but he has skipped to Saudi Arabia before as well for, his friend Sami Zayn. So them against the Usos, the bloodline not the Usos, the bloodline, Roman Reigns and Solo Sikoa with Paul Heyman. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. Roman Reigns, Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, Paul Heyman. That's 4 really big wrestling names right there. That's a pretty big treat. I don't expect the titles to change hands, as I can't really see Roman and Solo being tag team champions, but stranger things have happened. And I'd be interested to see this, right? Because when the New Day had tag team titles, any 2 of the New Day could defend the championships, right? I'm intrigued where if the Bloodline were to win the titles, if anyone in the Bloodline would be able to defend the titles, although it's Roman and Solo Sikoa winning him Saturday or tomorrow, would it be only them defending the titles, or would it able to be Jey Uso and Roman? Would it be able to be the other Uso and Solo Sikoa? A lot of questions, not a lot of answers right now. I'm pulling for KO and Sammy, but to me, for star power, intrigue, title opportunities, and so much more, I have that match highlighted amongst the others.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely one of the top matches. You got Roman Reigns, who we all know, and for those who don't, he is The Rock's nephew, so he's obviously grown up in the family. He knows things pretty well, and he travels a similar path where now he's also in Hollywood. He's done some movies here and there, and he plans to get more into that as he becomes more of a part-time character. Yes, he hit the 1,000-day mark as champion coming up. He doesn't have a title defense, so technically he is going to go through that 1,000 days very easily in this run. And in terms of a victory,
I got a question for you quick.
Well, go ahead, then I'll give my prediction.
Is it weird, just real quick, Judgment Day not on the card at all? Anything behind that, or just kind of a coincidence?
I don't know. I don't know if they meant to make this card, because this is a smaller card. I don't know if they're doing that to make because it's 6 great matches, so I don't know if they just needed the star power and they didn't need to have a lot of Saudi Arabia matches. I think with the pre-show, again, Eastern time, 1 o'clock. This starts 12 o'clock Central on Saturday on Peacock. So if you have Peacock, that's where it's available for those of you who don't know. So if you don't even tune into wrestling all the time, if you have Peacock to watch a variety of things, go on there. It's free if you already have Peacock, and just go to WWE. It's one of the tabs, and watch us at 1 o'clock Eastern, 12 Central. The pre-show starts at 12 Eastern, 11 Central. I don't know if there's anything behind that. I haven't read into a lot. Maybe if you have something, let us know. But I don't really think that there was just enough room for them on this smaller card, and that they've been involved in a lot of things lately. So they probably, my guess is they're not going to make everybody travel. That's just my 2 cents. I don't know. Why, you got some?
I just think there's a surprise up their sleeve. I think that Judgment Day has been great,
okay.
but I think that they could be adding a new face before you know it. I think that, they continue to grow as a group of 4, but that's a faction that could very easily add on to it. And
well, they are talking about, there's this NXT guy. He just got called up to the roster.
JD McDonough.
Yeah, that's so. I forget if it started to happen last week or if I saw that in some news I was reading, but it definitely seems like they're adding a member. So you think that could happen? Is that what you're implying? This could maybe take place at Night of Champions?
I think so. And I really think we could get that to happen at Night of Champions, or I'm thinking tomorrow at Night of Champions. I can't really see them saving it, and I think it'd be a pretty good surprise. I mean, I guess maybe tonight on SmackDown.
I like how you threw though that. That's a good curveball, and I like how you put. You're surprised you didn't save any time. You came off it right off the bat, and I like where your head's at. But to get right back to it really quickly, I do want to say before I forget, My simple answer is I agree with you. It's going to be a great match. I think there's definitely going to be interference. That's what I'm looking forward to most because I think Sammy and KO stay the winners. You know how pissed off people are going to be tomorrow if the WrestleMania Night 1 main eventer champs KO and Sami Zayn, who have worked their tail off, now lose the tag team titles to Roman Reigns and Solo Sikoa. Two great people. And in hindsight, if this is a real fight, they should probably get that one. But guess what? This is not how the storyline should end. It should not be here. I think that it's going to be Sammy and KO 100%. But I'm more intrigued by what's going to happen on the side. Are the Usos going to get involved? Is somebody going to try to help somebody out? Are we going to get Solo Sikoa to turn? There's a lot of tension with him lately. Is Roman going to do so? There's so many options. Paul Heyman, when you like you said, is out there. I'm very much looking forward to it. A place I want to take you on the card. I was trying to see if I can connect it in any way. I'll go with let's get right down to it. Cody Rhodes and Brock Lesnar. It's time number 2. They're face-to-face on Monday Night Raw. Now we're here all the way at the second time of really, I mean, I could see this being a trilogy. Tones, like he said, our podcast at Cleveland Me, that is weekly. Cleveland and I, that's our other co-host. We were chumming it up about that, and it's like, if you're going to have probably 3 of these go down. Usually that's how WWE does it. Even AEW does it pretty much kind of like that for when it's 2 big names. And I think that deserves this. Cody Rhodes won the first one. I'm just going to cut right to it. If it is 3, I'm going to go with a Brock Lesnar win here because I think going down 2-0, it would be hard. The way he won last time was the perfect way to do it. Brock, he got to him early, and he got Brock Lesnar bloodied up, and he was able to get him out on a quick pinfall after he was, deeply exhausted. Mm-hmm. So if it is 3, I'm going with Lesnar. So Tones, do you think it will go 3 matches, and do you have who is your winner?
I'm definitely going with 3 matches. I think that's a rivalry that's building steam right now, and I do think at the end of the rivalry, Brock Lesnar probably takes a little bit of a hiatus, so why not build it up a little bit more? I think we do see a Brock Lesnar victory ultimately, although I think it was a great match last time and it ended fine. I don't really think you could have Brock Lesnar lose consecutive matches to Cody Rhodes, and that's nothing against Cody Rhodes' character, but when you're a former UFC champion, one of the bigger guys walking around the ring, you can only lose so many matches to the smaller guys, right? So to me, if Lesnar does lose, I want to expect to see him around for a little bit, but I ultimately think he wins the match. I think it stretches the rivalry on a little bit, and I think it does end up going 3 at the end of the day. I'd see that for sure.
Yeah, and the one thing I will say, Tones, where I could see it, because Cody Rhodes is such like the main star on Raw right now, that he did beat Seth Rollins 4 times in a row, and that was completely shocking to me. You could have gave Seth Rollins 1 win. So I won't be overly shocked if it happens, but we're both in agreement that Brock Lesnar, we don't agree a lot, and we did there. So we'll be a little bit surprised, but I don't think we'll be overly shocked if it did go the other way. Correct. 4 matches left. What do you want to hit?
Let's do a little bit of the ladies' action next as they take the stage in Jeddah Superdome in Saudi Arabia. This will be a fun one. Bianca Belair, Asuka, singles for the WWE Raw Women's Champion. 2 really good women going at it here. I think we kind of see Asuka going down more of the heel road as the days go by, and I think Bianca's assuming more of the John Cena type role where people really love her, but some people are like, we like this Asuka lady too and hope she gets a chance. So they're just booing her, not necessarily out of bad wrestling or bad wrongdoing, but out of spite more so. Joseph, if you agree with that, I think both of these superstars are big name ladies who both deserve title chances, and it's going to be a really fun one to watch.
Yeah, and did you say who did you say is your winner?
I was just kind of teeing off the match for you. I was going to hear your winner and then give my winner, but
I'll tell you right now, I'll throw my surprise at it right here because I think Asuka's going to get this. I think she's going to get the upset victory. I think it is her time to take a championship scene for a while with this new heel character. Bianca Belair has been amazing. I was actually at the WrestleMania a few years ago in Tampa, Florida, when they had 2 nights. It was the one right after COVID, where they let about 2/3 of the stadium get in there, and I got to see her and Sasha Banks main event that night. That was awesome. Shout out to Buck Stadium for hosting a good one there.
Raymond James.
Yeah, and then she also fought Becky Lynch and feuded with her, of course, as we know. Bailey, and the list goes, so deep. She's been a huge star, but you know what? Maybe I'm just feeling maybe she has a tough time here with Asuka. She already got the best of her. Now that Asuka's coming in full throttle, I think that they don't want to push her back to the end of the rope if she loses this one. That would be detrimental for me to Asuka's new character. So going with her.
And I hope to see Bianca win. I really do. And I'm going to go with Bianca for that reason. I think that Asuka is at a point of character where she's going to be more and more built up of a heel type figure. We've seen her go back and forth, mainly been a face, but a little bit of a heel here and there. And I think you really become a heel with another loss. I think you could unleash heck on your opponent after you perhaps lose to him in a tough way. Maybe Bianca wins, and we don't really see belts flip all that much. Not saying we never see them, not saying it's totally impossible to happen, but when we're in Saudi Arabia, I feel like the belts, the gold, doesn't change as much as we usually see it over here in front of our home crowd. I'm going with Bianca Belair for that reason, and I feel like they're going to continue to hype her up as a Cena mythical figure, while on the other hand, Asuka continues to become more and more of a demon, both inside and outside.
And the only other quick point I'm going to add on to that, I also think I'm going to parlay this in betting terms, as we all love to do here, as one. I think that she's going to lose, and then when she comes back, Bianca will be a heel. So I'm going to double down on my bold prediction that probably won't happen. So going on to the next card, next match in tones, Gunther versus Mustafa Ali. I think this is probably the biggest lopsided match on the card. Now, my question to you is this. I'm going to keep it simple. Gunther's going to win this match. What I think is going to be put on, though, a show. Mustafa Ali is going to have a really good performance. He's been in and out, always changing characters. I think he might have finally landed on something decent with his new face happy character. And I think that might appeal to the crowd. We all knew back when Kofi Mania happened, that was a WrestleMania we're both at in New Jersey and Meadowlands in New York, which was awesome. He was supposed to get that opportunity, he had an ACL injury. Now he's back trying, and he's finally starting to gain some footing here, gain a little momentum. I just don't think Gunther, who has the longest, think about this, ladies and gentlemen, for the people that don't even follow this, if you're the longest reigning champion something in what has been a long WWE era, you're doing something right, and I don't think you're just going to lose it to a guy who's just been more on the map recently. But let's say you.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think that Gunther ultimately retains the title belt, and I love Mustafa Ali, right? And he's from our hometown, he's from our area, he's one of those guys that does a lot for the company, one of the nitty-gritty cats of the world that will go above and beyond, will go beneath the slums at the same time, will have his highs of highs and his lows of lows. But Gunther, whether it's at a wedding, if you've seen that video of him doing the dancing and jiving and having a great time. And by the way, the cat looks tremendous, man. He looks great. He lost so much weight. He's like the Bryson DeChambeau of wrestling. DeChambeau lost a lot of weight, and he performed real well. Gunther lost a lot of weight. He's performing real well. So for you PGA or Live golf fans, a little comparison there. But nonetheless, I think Gunther wins this one, and I think he wins this one easily. I don't think Mustafa Ali puts up much of a fight. I mean, I don't really see how he can, right? You got a couple David versus Goliaths on the card, and I already think you're going to get Cody Rhodes to push Brock Lesnar to his limits, and although Lesnar wins that one, I don't think you're going to get the same here. I don't think Mustafa Ali will push Gunther to his limits. Although, like I said, we like Mustafa. We like that he's from our hometown. We like his opportunities.
But
there's always a but. He doesn't win tomorrow, and that's for certain.
Well, hopefully you're wrong, but I really respect your thought on that one because I don't know. I just feel like Ali's going to put up. I mean, how long in terms of minutes? Not really sure, but I just think he's going to do some things in the ring that people are like, okay, I could see this guy getting a little pop at some point, but it was a little fast to me that he won that battle royal. But we got to move on as we got to get to AEW. Don't forget, everybody. We're going to be doing the 9 matches, a little more rapid fire in the second part of the show. We have a couple matches left to cover here. If you want more content, always go to @CleveandMe on Twitter. You can follow us @CleveandMe, also on Spotify, all those Apple Podcasts, wherever you can get it. Look us up. But let's continue on, Tones, to what has been a great battle. Becky Lynch versus Trish Stratus. Two really beautiful women, two really good in-ring talents. Trish is the heel. Becky is the face. Legend versus icon. Who are you going with?
I'm going to go with Becky Lynch because I've seen a report earlier today. WWE is preparing to lose Becky Lynch and Seth Rollins as full-time wrestlers to Hollywood-type roles. We alluded to it a little bit earlier on today's show as well. But Becky Lynch might not have much full-time figure time left, and they're going to get the most out of it. They're going to squeeze every drop out of that lemon, and they're going to make Trish Stratus put her over more than she already is. If anything, they're going to have Becky Lynch be in one of those Hollywood-type roles where when she comes back, she flashes dominance, and that starts with beating Trish Stratus tomorrow and continues with beating Trish Stratus tomorrow. And Becky Lynch will always be loved, whether she does end up going a little bit more Hollywood and becoming a part-timer or not. You got to keep that love and continuity as a character flowing, and that starts with beating Trish Stratus. And nothing against Trish. We all love her, especially growing up with her, and she's a lovely looking lady as well. But after it's all said and done, Becky Lynch has to get the W. W doesn't value Trish Stratus's career much at this point. She's already a career great. I think Becky is as well, but she's going to continue to build on her legacy to become one of the best women of all time, which Trish already is. Doesn't really need the win. Becky needs it to build on her legacy. I'm going with Becky Lynch gets the W here.
I'm going to go with Becky Lynch as well. Trish has done a great role in what she's done thus far. But Becky Lynch, this is how she's going to get it by disqualification, because I think Trish just something that gets her knocked out of the match. So I'm going to have a little spin on that. That's for sure. But it will be a good one. Yes, Becky Lynch and Seth Rollins will be more limited, but not really full part-timers. You'll still see them a decent amount. So I think that Becky will continue to climb on this run, and this will be one of her steps in the journey. I hope we get a couple matches out of this. I don't know if we'll get 3, but it would definitely be cool to have more than one. Tones, what I think is the best in-ring battle of the night is for the heavyweight championship. Yes, the one that was changed in 2013. Now it's coming back 10 years later, 2023, between Seth Rollins and AJ Styles. Two phenomenal talents. They've had a rivalry, and forget what year was it, 2018 and then 19, I believe it was, when they fought at, I think maybe it was either Money in the Bank or Extreme Rules, one of those pay-per-views. I just put on, no pun intended, AJ Styles, a phenomenal match. But I do not think the phenomenal one gets the championship in this match. I think Seth Rollins deserves it. He is the face of Raw. I think there's 2 male faces of Raw, and everyone else a tier down. I think it's Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins, and everyone else is a step below that. These 2 gentlemen show up weekly. They do matches all the time, not just in pay-per-views, and they get themselves involved because they're great on the microphone, and they're great inside the ring. And Mr. Seth Rollins is going to take home his title. He's done it before. He's a longtime veteran champion. Like Roman Reigns, they both came from the Shield in 2012 from NXT, as we all know, is one of the greatest factions of all time. If you have not looked it up, take a look on YouTube, type in the Shield. But anyway, Seth Rollins, new World Heavyweight Championship after its comeback 10 years later.
And I think you've had to be living like Patrick Starr under a rock if, you know, you have to learn what the Shield is as a wrestling fan. But I do appreciate your generosity telling people to look into the history if they're unfamiliar with it. I'm going with the opposite approach. I know, as you alluded to, Seth Rollins has one victory over AJ Styles. Well, a title victory over AJ Styles at 2019 Money in the Bank. Took place May 19th, 2019 to be exact. So Seth Rollins got the best of AJ Styles there. I think it's the other way around this time. As I said, you never know how much lemon juice you got left in the tank in terms of long-termness with Seth and Becky. So I think they're going to peak, and I think it's going to be a great match. But I think AJ Styles, kind of like what AEW did with Chris Jericho becoming their first champion, I think AJ Styles is such a pro's pro, such a veteran. I think having him be their first title holder is going to be something effective. I don't think he'll hold it long, though. Then I think the second guy will hold it a while. I think he's going to hold it, be the first notorious champion, lose it in a month or two down the road. But I think he's going to be the first title holder to build the belt up, build the hype up, and build the legacy up of the first ever title between the two. I don't think you could go wrong either way. I think Seth Rollins is great, but I kind of think he's going to continue being in high-end singles storylines moving forward as he kind of bounces in and out. I think AJ Styles gets this one, and I think he's the first ever inaugural title holder of that belt.
And there you go, folks. We are a little halfway into the show here. So like I said, with AEW, we're going to be doing rapid fire for two reasons why. It's 9 matches, but also WWE, we wanted to get a little bit more into the meat and potatoes, as that obviously is the number 1 rated show, and then we're going to go to the number 2 rated show. We both love each company here. Between Tampa Tones and myself, we'll be attending an event in June for AEW Dynamite, and then we're going to SummerSlam in Detroit, Michigan in August.
Detroit.
So, yeah, 2 great events that will be. My other surprise, before we go to AEW, Tones, is this. I think Drew McIntyre is coming back at some point to cause some vengeance in this thing. I don't know when and where and what match, but I think that tomorrow he'll be put back on the map. But we're going over to AEW, Double or Nothing. Tones, if I'm not mistaken, you want to give a little bit of Double or Nothing history before I list off. We just get right into this match card.
I think you are mistaken. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, sir. Absolutely want to give a little bit of Double or Nothing history, man. That's like a Steiner blast from the past, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, a couple days from now, we do have the all great Double or Nothing pay-per-view, and it's annually held during Memorial Day weekend. For those unfamiliar, it's one of their bigger 2 pay-per-views of the year. For those that aren't as familiar with AEW as WWE, AEW has 4 or 5 pay-per-views yearly, but their 2 biggest are Memorial Day and Labor Day. Yep. Double or Nothing and All In. This one is Double or Nothing, and it's yearly. It's been since 2019 to this point. Again, it's part of the Big 4, which is that, Full Gear, All Out, and Revolution. So we'll see what happens. And it's in Vegas every year as well. It hasn't changed scenes yet. It's always been in Las Vegas to this point. Some of the great histories are it really started after All In 2018. All In was kind of a shot in the dark pay-per-view that Cody Rhodes put together himself with independent wrestlers and wrestlers from other promotions like Chris Jericho and so forth. And after that was such a big success, they ended up going with the Double or Nothing. Get it? All In and Double or Nothing, kind of the betting terminology used there, as it's centered around Las Vegas. So all good theming there, all good stuff. They obviously plan to host it in 2020 at the same location that year, but it was canceled because of the COVID pandemic, and some are wondering what's the location. It's at the MGM Grand Garden Arena on the Las Vegas Strip. So that's where it's been yearly to this point for that so far, and that's where it's going to be continued to be held. And it's in the same arena again this year. This one is at T-Mobile Arena, and that one is where on the Strip as well at MGM Hotels, and that's where the hockey team plays over there as well. So it's going to be fun event, and that's some history behind it. Again, I'd say it's their biggest. Some say it's their second biggest of the year, but regardless, you can't go wrong. They always hold it on the same weekend every year. It was in Paradise, Nevada. Then it went to Jacksonville, Florida during the pandemic. Now it's back to the beautiful Paradise, Florida.
Yes, and this one is on. You have to rent this one. Like we have DirecTV. That's how we buy this pay-per-view. Like Tone said, they have the big four. So they don't have as many, and they're not involved with a network just yet. That could happen. They add more shows. They're going to be adding a third cable show. So they are growing at a decent rate, but they're not, just going to give you the pay-per-view. So you do have to buy that if you have any of the, providers that will be doing so. I know DirecTV does it for sure. Tones, we are going to go a little quick here with this. As I said, we're going to get right into it. So let's just jump right to it. We'll give a little explanation, but we'll just mostly, break it down as is. So I'm going to start at the top as opposite of what we did last time. We ended with the World Heavyweight Championship, which I think is the biggest belt on the line there. I think most do. We have the champion MJF, who's been a great title holder, the heel, versus Sammy Guevara versus Jungle Boy. Jack Perry versus Darby Allin. This is 4 men going for the belt. 4 young men, I might add, and all do different things in the ring. Simply at the end of the day, I think MJF retains. I think he's going to be a title holder for a long time. They want him in this company for a long time, so therefore he's champion after this pay-per-view.
I'm going MJF as well. I think maybe not to the exact extent of a Roman Reigns, but I think AEW wants MJF to be one of those longtime title defense holders, and I think we're going to continue to get that after this weekend. Now, interestingly enough, it's a fatal 4-way match, so MJF might not necessarily get tarnished if he did lose a belt, because they could have a pinfall occur on Darby Allin, on Jungle Boy, or on Sammy Guevara, which wouldn't necessarily kill MJF's stigma. But as you said, they want to keep him around, and he's earned it. He's one of the top stars in wrestling, and maybe the top star in AEW alone. I think he's going to come out victorious, and I think he's going to continue to build his foundation around the AEW World Championship. And I could see his next rivalry becoming a really good one. Not to say the storyline was bad, but I think it could get better. I think he retains here, and I think he's off to bigger and better things.
Yeah, and don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, this is what's great. You get back-to-back nights of wrestling. This will be 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 Central start time for this pay-per-view on Sunday night. With Monday off, enjoy it, have a couple sodas, and go for the ride. Number 2, this is for the Tag Team Championship. We know FTR, they were in WWE, so now is known as the Revival. Now they're in AEW. FTR, they versus Jeff Jarrett, the longtime legend, all the way from the days of Tennessee, Nashville wrestling, all the way through wrestling in his career now. He's teammates with Jay Lethal. He's still in great shape with the Jeff Jarrett. Me and Tones and I should say, we saw him at a show and he was in the workout room. He could still attack the weights like no other.
Our buddy was trying to meet him like crazy. It was like, come on, we don't need a restraining order.
It's like, back up here. Otherwise, taking pictures right behind a cell. A hell of a cell. But I'm going to go with FTR. They have been more recent champs as well. They're in their prime. They get this victory. They're not losing to these two again.
And Mark Briscoe is a special guest referee in this one. I don't know.
Rest in peace to his brother, as always.
Mr. Jay Briscoe. But Mark Briscoe, I don't know if he plays a role into this one, but if he does, I think it'll help the FTR. I think that Dax Hardwood and Cash Wheeler are going to show us the money this weekend. I think they're going to cash out a little bit, just like our FTR did in golf. I think FTR cashes out in a few short days here at their biggest pay-per-view of the year. I think Jeff Jarrett and Jay Lethal are a great team. But they're kind of a team that goes promotion to promotion, and I don't know if they're necessarily at the title belt holders at this point in time. That type of aesthetic move and championship persona, I don't know if they got it in them right now. I'd go with FTR, and to me, FTR is one of the better, if not the best, tag team in wrestling.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of them, but they're good dudes and they're technical wrestlers. You want to talk about a huge dude, maybe one of the biggest in their industry. Tones, if AEW and WWE could ever do some cross-company matches, one man I'd like to see fight Brock Lesnar is the guy named Wardlow. He has just been a mammoth in AEW, a few-time TNT championship. So this is like, for people that don't know as well, the TNT championship is equivalent to the Intercontinental title, the United States title. He is that champ right now with Arn Anderson, who we all know from the past of wrestling. He's going against Christian. We all know Christian from WWE. His sidekick is Luchasaurus. Obviously, Arn nor Luchasaurus would be involved in the match. It's a one-on-one between Wardlow, the champion, and Christian, the veteran. Christian has been a great heel in AEW, but at day's end, if you want Wardlow to keep being a big character, he does not lose to Christian. The only way, and it is possible to me, he loses if there's some type of interference where he gets some help. But if this match is straight up, Wardlow gets this, and he's not going to fumble this TNT championship again.
And friend of the Cleve and Me podcast, once again, you can catch Cleve and Me weekly on Apple, Spotify, Google Podcasts, and so much more. But friend of the show's Kim McGee is a huge Wardlow fan, and we know she'll be rooting for Wardlow, and I don't think that bodes well for Wardlow. I'm going with Christian for more reasons than one. I think that he's going to have a hiatus of fans, which means he's not going to have many fans. People are going to be like Kim. They're going to side with Wardlow, and AEW's got you right where they want you. They're going to go with Christian, Luchasaurus, and who knows if Christian will be able to get an Arn Anderson on his type of side. This won't be the first place they crossed paths, as they have had wrestling encounters before. It was in Christian's early stages where Arn Anderson was in his later stages. The Four Horsemen was around when Christian and Edge were becoming a thing, and Arn Anderson was a member of the WWE and WWF from 2001 to 2019. So these guys are very familiar with each other. And I think Christian has a little trick up his sleeve, gets the Arn Anderson betrayal and factor. And I think Wardlow ultimately suffers failure to that. But I think he ultimately goes on to bigger and better, is I think him and MJF might be the next rivalry for the AEW World Championship. And then Christian could keep his little TNT title and lose it down the road in a couple weeks. So there's that. And I think that there's a couple of good matches after that one as well. Joe, I think you got Jamie Hayter against Tony Storm brewing. And what are your thoughts on that one, sir? Jamie Hayter, Tony Storm for the AEW Women's World Championship.
Must not have paid that Wi-Fi bill. Hands up, people. No, we're action here. I was reading, I know you just brought up the Jamie Hayter versus Tony Storm match. I'll just throw you my quick prediction, then you can answer on both of these. I'm going to go with Jamie Hayter because I think she deserves a decent-sized run. To me, in AEW right now, it's all about establishing these characters. That's why I keep saying the term, let them establish a run. A lot of people know Tony Storm for the WWE. More people need to know Jamie Hayter. I think she should stay as champion because she is also a really good talent. Tones, I'm interested. I'm looking at, after you answer who you got on that one, there's an AEW International Championship, which is owned by Orange Cassidy. It's a blackjack battle royal where 21 people are taking place in this fight. So I don't know if Orange Cassidy just got hosed or how this was set up, because I've been in and out of it lately, but that seems to be interesting. But who do you got in the women's match?
I'm going with Jamie Hayter in the women's one. I think they got to build a little continuity as well. Nothing against Toni Storm. I think she's great. Obviously, in her time in NXT as a UK Women's Champion, then later on in the WWE. I think they got to keep feeding their own here, hyping up their own a little bit. Jamie Hayter is their own. She's their future, or should be a big part of their future. So I think she continues her greatness here, and I think she should retain, and I think she goes on to have a decent little run. Nothing against Toni Storm, but she's already established. She's been a champion elsewhere. I don't think it's her time here. I think Jamie Hayter will continue there. And then in the other one, man, you got Orange Cassidy, Aaron Solo, Powerhouse Hobbs, QT Marshall, 17 other competitors as well.
Wow.
So it's going to be a crazy little match there in the Blackjack Battle Royal.
I think that might be the most fun match because I'm not even going to predict who's going to. I hope Orange Cassidy does. I'll say that, but that could be the most fun match.
And for those unfamiliar, before getting cut off, I think that Blackjack Battle Royal, it's really just a battle royal, but they call it the Blackjack Battle Royal. Like we said, Joe, in the history when we were describing it, AEW does a pretty dang good job of theming. It kind of reminds me of the earlier in the days WWF pay-per-views when they would have all the names and whatnot. So here you get Blackjack Battle Royal because it is in Vegas, because it is one of their bigger pay-per-views, Double or Nothing, kind of a gambling term. Why not stick with the theme here? And I'm going to go with, that's a tough one, man. You got a lot of good competitors there. I really feel like we could probably see it. There's a good chance of seeing a surprise here if we do see one throughout the pay-per-view with the amount of competitors in this one. But for Orange's sakes and for the great character he is and for the continued build-up AEW has given him, I got Orange Cassidy retaining. So give me Jamie Hayter, give me Orange Cassidy, the title belt retainers.
Oh, I love to hear that. If anybody else does win it, it better be like a Powerhouse Hobbs because at least he can kick some A. But we got 3 matches left, one of them being a championship. And we're going to start with that, Tones. The TBS title is on the line. Jade Cargill has never lost it since she held it. She is going through a phenomenal streak right now. It seems almost similar to the Bianca Belair timeline. And she's going up against Taya Valkyrie. If I pronounce that wrong, is what it is. You're going to lose. That's why I don't care. Jade Cargill with the win. Squash match. Game over. Hasta la vista. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Jade Cargill, and she's going to make this one look easy, is her bad self is going to beat the badness out of Taya Valkyrie. I got Jade Cargill winning easily and doing it looking better than ever. I got Jade Cargill coming out on top.
And this is great. We got roughly just a little under 10 minutes to talk about 2 phenomenal matches, my man, Tampa Tones. And you know exactly what those are because they involve some of your favorite people and some of mine. One, before we get into both, I want to say them both real quick. Chris Jericho versus Adam Cole, baby. Both formerly known for being in the WWE. Chris Jericho, Hall of Famer, no doubt. And then in the battle between the Elite and the Blackpool Combat Club, I mean, you got names from Kenny Omega, the Young Bucks, Adam Hangman Page on one side, to Jon Moxley, obviously, before in WWE. It's like the former WWE team. Then you got Daniel Bryan going at it. And then you also have Cristiano Claudio, formerly known as Cesaro. So this will be a 4-on-4 battle that, to me, I said the 21-person one match could be the best. This will give it a great run for its money. I want to start, though, with your dude, Chris Jericho versus Adam Cole. These are 2 veteran wrestlers. They are both more on the north side of the career than the south, for sure. Jericho, that is, with so much he does with his band and being more in that public limelight. He has a great podcast out there for anyone that, you know, you want to listen to a dude with a great story, and he just tells it like it is. That's Chris Jericho. But as much as I like him, Adam Cole was just recently returned. I think they want his big push in AEW to start now, and that to hopefully grow towards a title opportunity. And I think this is a stepping stone, as Chris Jericho has a phenomenal match putting over and helping out Adam Cole, baby, gets the W.
And it's an unsanctioned match. And for those unfamiliar, unsanctioned matches are a variant of a hardcore match. And it's also called a lights out match. In addition to the match not having any rules and the objective being achieving a pinfall or submission anywhere. The match is not officially recognized by the promotion, so this promotion would be AEW, where the match does now count towards the competitor's win or loss record. In kayfabe, the match is sometimes used when a wrestler is injured at the hands of another wrestler and wants revenge but cannot be medically cleared. Thus, he agrees to a non-sanctioned match where the promotion is not held liable for any injuries that occur. The description of that match sounds like an easy Chris Jericho victory to me. He has the will, he has the heart, he has the hustle, he has the power, he has the legendary composure to win the match. And I do think Adam Cole's a great competitor, but I think Jericho, one of the best ever, I'd put him in my top 5 wrestlers of all time, which is a hard achievement because you could pick anyone. There's so many great wrestlers, but I love the guy. I think he's got what it takes. And did you pass up on the Hardy Party match by chance, my good friend? Yeah, well, anyways, I'll ask you again.
I didn't even get to get to the match we were just going to talk about, the 3-on-3.
Yeah, I know, but you said there were 2 matches left. I just hope you're not sliding.
Are you talking about Ethan Page and the Guns versus the Hardy Party?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Didn't really care, but we'll talk about it.
So you were just gonna wipe a match off the card, just like that?
No, I didn't say I was gonna wipe it off. Maybe that would have been in my to-go response on the way out the door here for this episode.
Disrespect to the Hardys. Domingo from our work loves the Hardys.
Well, if Hardy stops partying, maybe I'll start respecting them more.
They're called the Hardy Party, man.
That's not a good sign to success. But anyways.
Tough cat. Cat got your tongue? You lose your thought? Well, I'll take it over. The Hardy Party. I think that Jeff and Matt are 2 great competitors, and they get Isaiah Cassidy on their side quick. The Guns are pretty iconic, as it seems like we did get Joey back in joining us here. I'm going to go with the Hardy Party, though, at the end of the day. Before we get to the big tag team match, I'm going with the Hardy Party. And if Joey ever wants to give his opinion, we'll get it here soon. I think the Hardy Party ends this rivalry on top. And I think Joey's so embarrassed that he's not talking right now. He doesn't want to quite face these hands of the Hardy Party madness. And I don't know why Joey would discredit the Hardys. They are legends within their own right. Sure, you could say Austin Gunn and Colton Gunn are. You got Ethan Page as well, and Ethan Page has been one of those guys who has had a few big AEW moments within himself. But the Guns, Ethan Page, I don't know if they're a match for Isaiah Cassidy and the Hardys. And for those unfamiliar with Isaiah Cassidy, he's part of the Private Party, and it's a tag team, and it's Mark Quinn and Isaiah Cassidy completing the Private Party. And he was born in 1997, so he's a really young dude, Isaiah Cassidy is. And he's hey, welcome back. I'm just going over the history of the Hardy Party and how I got them.
Glad I missed it.
Over the Guns and Ethan Page. Well, you miss a lot nowadays. And before we get to the big tag team match, I got the Hardy Party. How about you, Mr. MIA?
Yeah, before I go out,
I got your tongue.
Before I boot out again, and you guys never see my big head, with not a lot in it today, apparently on this fine Friday.
It's Friday.
I am going with Ethan Page and the Guns. I think they're hilarious and awesome. The Hardy Party's just trash. To the big one, as we were going there with the 3-on-3. Oh, you're cracking me up.
You're cracking me up because you're like John Cena. Now I see you, then I don't.
You might not be on the look. You might not see me again.
Or you're like Mr. Freeze. Man.
All right. I'm going to keep this one. Like I said, it's going to be a top 3 match of the night. Could even poke up to number 1 if it has the opportunity to evolve into something great. And that's why I'm going to go with the Elite. I'm going with Kenny Omega, the Young Bucks, and Adam Hangman Page. I just think that the Blackpool Combat Club, they don't get the victory this time. I'm not a Daniel Bryan fan. I know he's amazing, but seeing him on a team mixed in with Moxley and Cesaro really, to me, is more randomly put together like WWE tends to do sometimes. I'm going with the true faction of the Elite, B.E. Elite.
Never do that again. That was a little creepy. But I'm going.
That's how it goes. So.
You're just something else, man. You're just something else, and that's that. I'm going with the Elite. I think that they're due for a little bit of a good run here, and I think that we're gonna get that success started, and they could use it, right? Because the Elite is the backbone of the company still at the end of the day. Them, Cody Rhodes, and Chris Jericho were the founders of the company, and really got it off the ground running. So I'm going with Kenny Omega, one of the best in the world, top 5 probably, Matt Jackson, Nick Jackson, and Hangman Adam Page. As you said, Brian Danielson, John Moxley, Claudio Castagnoli, and Wheeler Yuta. That's like an all-star team, Marceau, right? But you don't know how an all-star team's going to mesh together. I'd rather have the team that's been there, that's done that composes one of the better tag teams in the world of Matt Jackson and Nick Jackson. Oh, and by the way, you throw in singles guys like Kenny Omega and Hangman Adam Page. I'm going with the Elite as well. And, man, very bold prediction. You top 3 match of the night. Jeez.
Well, there you have it for heel Tones, as I like to call him, because he's just a piece of work, to the dogs barking back there, to my internet going out. We have a lot going on right now with little time left. Tones, we're getting out of here. We predicted every match. We broke it down. We gave our preview, predictions, surprises, and much, much more. What's your quick walkout, my good guy?
Well, we love McGee's dogs and that they're barking during the video. You can't help that, but we love it. So it's Friday here. We got some good wrestling this weekend. Shout out to McGee and the pups. We love us some good pups. You can hear them on Braves Country as well as the wrestling recap here with Tones and I. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I'm looking forward to Sunday. I kind of like these weekends where you get a WWE show and an AEW show. If you're not Cleve, you love these type of weekends, right? A guy like Cleve from the Cleve and Me podcast, which you can catch us weekly on Apple, Spotify, Google, and so much more. He's a little sour grapes. He has a little bit of a brand identification problem, and he probably wouldn't appreciate these sorts of weekend as much. I do. I'm going with WWE and AEW this weekend. I'm team wrestling. I can't wait.
So there you had it, folks. Enjoy your Memorial Day weekend. First and foremost, be safe.
Have a great Memorial Day, everybody. Let the kids with 6 fingers light the fireworks.
Be with friends, be with family, and most importantly, mix between all the grilling, the pools, the baseball walk, mix in wrestling. Try to at least catch one. If you have to catch it a couple days later with the other, fine. But Saturday, 1 o'clock Eastern. Sunday, 8 o'clock Eastern. You don't want to miss Double or Another Night of Champions.
Yeah, that is.
Come on. For that being Tampa Tones, this is
Gotta
Joey,
help the people out
fan
on a
of
Friday,
Cody
right?
Rhodes. And we are going to say God bless, good night, stay safe, and enjoy a great, deserved Memorial Day weekend.
WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent Psy. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there, These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought If only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves country.
All right, Braves Country. Get it. Went out there and got that big W last night. You got to love that. The Atlanta Braves went out there and took care of the Philadelphia Phillies in game 1 of a 4-game series, not your traditional 3-game series. So I figure what we'll do here on a Friday is we'll go over all the pitching matchups we're looking at this weekend and kind of get you set for tonight's action. We're going to have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves as 7:20 first pitch, and we'll be giving you tonight's game, and then tomorrow's game is a 4:10. It's an early pitch, 4:10 Eastern. So we'll come on about 3:30 for a pregame and kind of react to whatever happens tonight, and then, of course, looking forward to tomorrow. Now, as far as tonight's pitch-up matchup, I'm expecting a fairly high-scoring game. I mean, if you look at these two pitchers that are expected to be on the mound tonight, Taijuan Walker has a 5.79 ERA. A 5.79 ERA. I mean, this is a guy that they went out and signed to a pretty healthy free agent deal. And when the deal went down, if you were listening to the show back then, you'll remember me saying, there's a reason why the New York Mets did not make a play for him. There's a very good reason for it. They'd seen enough. He goes through these peaks and valleys, and there are times where Taijuan Walker looks really good. But he tends to run out of gas at the end of the year. That's number one. Number two, he ends up being very, very inconsistent. He's a fly ball pitcher, and that does not play well in today's game. Not to mention, what the hell was Philadelphia thinking? Signing a fly ball pitcher in that stadium. But anyways, that's what they did. I think they got drawn to his strikeout ability. He does have 42 strikeouts through 46 innings, 45 hits allowed. And so when you're looking at this ERA of 5.79, a whip of 144, there's one common denominator that goes on when Taijuan Walker's on the mound. Whether he is able to pitch out of the danger or not, there's usually ducks on the pond. And that's a lot to navigate through. And look, unless he goes out there and channels his inner Cy Young tonight, I expect the same kind of thing going on tonight where Braves are going to be able to get on base and it's just going to come up, do they knock him in? So it's a fairly even matchup with the youngster Schuster going to the mound. We know he's been up and down, but that's what you expect from a rookie. The one thing that I'll say for him over Dylan Dodd is that he tends to keep the ball on the ground. We know that he had the one bout outing, but all in all, he tends to keep the ball on the ground. He has a slightly higher strikeout rate than what Dodd has, but he does walk a lot. And that's going to be the key tonight, is keeping the free passes to a very, very minimum. Because the last thing you want with this Philadelphia lineup is for them to go out there and get free base after free base after free base. And then the next thing you know, someone goes out there and smacks a 3-run home run. They put a bullet in the gap and 2 runs come in. Those can jump on you really, really quickly. So that's what I'm focusing on tonight with the pitching matchup is I think both guys are probably going to put up numbers where you're going to see traffic on the base paths. Who can come through? Who can knock them through? And look, Acuna really hasn't done anything the last few nights. In baseball, we know is the hardest sport there is. The hardest thing to do in all sports is to hit a baseball. You're hitting a round object with a round object. It's coming at you, and you don't know where it's going or the speed. So you expect guys from time to time to kind of scuffle their feet a little bit and stub their toe. I'm expecting a big weekend from Ronald Acuna Jr. And this is the type of pitcher that Acuna can get after. Now, the one thing I'll say for Acuna, and I've noticed this over the last couple of years, and I'm sure there's conversations, but I don't know how they go. But I would like to know what his theory is and why he thinks it's beneficial to practically always, and I mean always, he did it last night, swing at the first damn pitch of the game. The very first pitch. Do you not want to see what a guy's got? And I get it. If you get a pitch right in a certain spot, there's nothing wrong with swinging at the first pitch. I get that part. But he's constantly swinging at the very first pitch of the game. And then what happens is that he feels obligated to take a pitch the next time he comes up. The pitcher knows that. Happened last night. Now, he ended up getting a base hit on the second at bat, but the one that he put into the gap that was on the outer part of the plate that he drove into the right center field gap, the pitch before that, the first pitch, it was a hanging slider. And it is a pitch that 99 times out of 100, Acuna swings at. But I take it that he did not swing at that because he doesn't want to be 2 pitches, 2 outs into the ball game. And I get that once you've done it the first time. But then, once again, you're hamstringing yourself. I think he got this mentality from when he played with Freddie Freeman. You always saw Freddie Freeman trying to ambush the first pitch. But the difference between Freeman at that stage of his career and Acuna is that Freeman was a chiseled veteran and grizzled veteran, excuse me. And he could usually go up there with a pretty good game plan going into the first pitch. And if he saw specifically what he was looking for, then, or what he thought he was saying, then you would see him swing. But when you're dealing with Acuna and you're dealing with a kid that's still learning the game, I don't know. I would like to see every once in a while him go up there and work a count to start the game. I'm not saying to go up there every time and take 2 strikes off the jump. The next thing you know, you're flailing, you're behind in the count to start the game. I'm not saying that. But I see it time and time and time again. He swings at the very first pitch. And a lot of times, it's a ground ball to the left-hand side of the infield. And it might even be a hard hit, but usually the defense is playing over there because they know what's what's about to happen. So anyways, happy Memorial Day weekend as we get set for this Braves-Phillies matchup. So tonight, you see the Taijuan Walker matchup versus Jared Schuster. Like I said, I suspect we're going to have a lot of runners on the base paths and probably a high-scoring game, but it really comes down to when you get a guy in scoring position, do you get him in? And this is a type of game that I think, look, usually I'm all for get them on, get them over, get them in. That type of baseball, right? Usually adds up, and by the end of the night, you've won the game 4-2. But in a game like this, where Schuster's probably going to give up some runs, he looked great against Seattle, but Seattle's offense has always been up and down. He's going up against a much more formidable offense in Philadelphia. But in a game like this, we're going to need some crooked numbers to win the game. Now, the one thing going for Schuster, Philly ranks in the bottom third of baseball against left-handed starting pitching. So you like the numbers advantage there, but he better be careful going around some of the right-handed sluggers that they have that feast on the left-handed pitching. And Castellanos is the number one guy that comes along with JT Realmuto. JT Realmuto, though he still has power, really tends to be more of a guy that tries to hit it in the gap and drive him in. So those are the two guys that I'm concerned about tonight. As far as with Taijuan Walker on the mound, I mean, this is a pitcher with the perfect opportunity for Matt Olson to take 1 yard. Right-handed, power pitching guy who throws a lot of fastballs and gives up a lot of fly balls. This is one that Olson should be able to get a hold of one. And Riley swinging the bat so well here the last few days. Look out for him. And I do expect Acuna to go out there this entire weekend. I expect Acuna to go out and put on a show. Now, when you look at tomorrow's game, as you scroll down your schedule, tomorrow's game is an interesting one because you're going to have Zach Wheeler going up against Charlie Morton. And Wheeler is not pitching the way he has in years past. He's got a much higher ERA than normal, a 4.11 ERA. He's giving up a lot more base hits, which is obviously leading to the runs. He's given up 56 hits in 57 innings. And then 64 strikeouts over 57 innings. So his strikeout rate's still pretty much the same. It's a touch low, but it's pretty much there. He's given up a lot of hard contact base hits. He's still only given up 4 home runs, so that's not. You don't hate that if you're Philadelphia, especially considering where he calls home. That is a home run here at Park. So 4 home runs. He normally pitches really well against Atlanta. And that's going to be a tough one. We'll dive more into it in the pregame on Saturday, but that's going to be a tough one. And Charlie Morton's going to have to go out there and pitch a gem. Now, Charlie Morton's numbers right now are actually better than Wheeler. The biggest difference, the negative, I would say, is he's got a higher walk rate. He's also given up more hits per inning. But his strikeout rate is almost right there with Wheeler. And he's given up a couple more home runs, and they're only 5 innings apart. But typically when Charlie Morton gives up a home run, the one thing you can say for Charlie, when he gives up a home run, it's normally not of the 2-run, 3-run variety. It's usually a solo shot. But that's gonna be a tough one. Because the Braves hit left-handed pitching much better, especially because Zach Wheeler's a ground ball pitcher. He throws a heavy, heavy pitch. And with the Phillies and the way they hit right-handed pitching, that's going to be the toughest matchup, I think. I felt really good about the fact that we got the W last night against Nola, because normally Nola gives us fits. And especially with Dodd on the mound, who really didn't pitch that great, but he didn't pitch that bad, honestly. For a rookie spot start, it wasn't terrible. You'll take that 9 times out of 10. The offense showed up, and that's what really saved us. But all in all, you can't kill Dodd for what he gave us last night. I thought it was pretty darn good. I don't expect the moon and stars when these rookies come out there. So that's going to be the matchup on Saturday afternoon. Remember something too, when you're talking about, depending on what the weather is going to be like, if it's sunny and whatnot, when you talk about a late pitch on Sunday afternoon, those middle innings at Truist Park, usually the shadow's casting over, and you're dealing with, it's not that long of a wait, but 2 innings, sometimes as long as 3 with the new pitch clock, of very difficult conditions to be able to hit the baseball, pick up the baseball, because of the shadows that are casted. And Wheeler can use that to his advantage, but so can Charlie Morton with that curveball. So there you have that. And then you look at Sunday's game. Philly has yet to announce a starter. They may go with a bullpen game. Right now, we've got Spencer Strider being projected on the mound. So if you look at who has pitched for Philadelphia, Wednesday's game, was Ranger Suarez. So he's obviously not in play. He went 5 innings. He has not pitched well, by the way. 5 innings, 5 earned runs. I mean, this kid, I think he's only had 2, maybe 3 starts. He's got a 9.82 ERA. So we don't get a chance to face him, which is disappointing because Suarez is not pitching well now, and the Braves feast on left-handers. If you go back, as Philly has not had a day off, if you go back to what went down on the Tuesday game, which would fast forward 5 days later, it was a bullpen game. Strom came out and started. And though Strom, he's looked upon as a guy that they want to go the distance, but a lot of times he doesn't make it past 2 or 3 innings. So if you look at Strom's his game log from this year, he's averaged about 2 innings an outing.
Center field.
Grissom. They're out in Colorado this week. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch a ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
In right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Braves. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose white stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for the visiting Philadelphia Phillies, playing second base, batting .289 with 5 home runs, 20 RBI, and 5 stolen bases, it's Bryson Stott. Trey Turner, playing shortstop and batting second, a .244 average, 5 home runs, 13 RBI, and 6 stolen bases. Bryce Harper, designated hitter tonight, with 3 home runs, 7 RBI, 2 stolen bases, a .347 average. Nick Castellanos is in right field and batting cleanup, .294 clip, 5 homers, 26 RBI, and 2 stolen bases. Kyle Schwarber is in left field and batting fifth. He's batting .172 with 12 homers, 25 RBI. JT Realmuto is behind the plate and batting sixth with 3 homers, 17 RBI, 7 stolen bases, and a .277 average. Alec Boehm, .269 average with 6 homers, 37 RBI, 2 stolen bases from first base. Brandon Marsh will be in center field again, batting .268 with 4 homers, 18 RBI, and 3 stolen bases. And Harrison is at third with 1 homer, 6 RBI, batting .185. On the mound tonight for the Philadelphia Phillies, Taijuan Walker. He's 3-2 with a 5.79 ERA, a 1.44 whip, 46 2/3 innings, 45 hits allowed, 42 strikeouts, 22 walks, and 8 home runs given up. Your Atlanta Braves, the hometown starting lineup looks like this. Leading off and playing right field, batting .332, 11 homers, 27 RBI, and 22 stolen bases, Ronald Acuna Jr. Matt Olson is batting second and playing first. A .235 average, 14 homers, 37 RBI, and 1 stolen base. Austin Riley, batting third, playing third, .264 average, 9 home runs, 26 RBI. Travis d'Arnaud is behind the plate, 1 home run, 8 RBI, and a .304 average. Marcell Ozuna your designated hitter. 10 home runs, 21 RBI, and a 222 average. And Eddie Rosario is batting sixth from left field, 233 average with 5 home runs and 17 RBI, 1 stolen base. Ozzie Albies batting seventh from the left side of the plate. He's got 10 home runs, 32 RBI, and 1 stolen base this season. Orlando Arcia is playing short with 4 home runs, 13 RBI, a 313 clip. Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field, batting 165 this year with 1 home run, 6 RBI, 4 stolen bases. And on the mound for your Atlanta Braves, Jared Schuster, 5.49 ERA, a 1.42 whip, 19 innings pitched, 15 strikeouts, 16 hits allowed, 2 walks, and 2 home runs given up. Your home plate umpire tonight is Nate Tomlinson, followed by first base umpire Adam Beck. Second base is Dan Iasona, and Gabe Morales will be down the third base line. Expected to be in the low 70s tonight here at Truist Park, and a capacity crowd is being expected of the 41,149 the Truist holds tonight. Braves come in 31-19 and 14-12 at home, taking on the Philadelphia Phillies, who are 8 games back of the NL East leading Atlanta Braves. They're 23-27, 9-17 on the road. Braves come in with a 5.5 game lead over the New York Mets and 6.5 over the Marlins. That's your starting lineups for Game 2, Braves versus Phillies, a series the Braves lead 1-0. So it's about that time. Grab you a cold one, find you an armchair. Braves Phillies in Atlanta, Georgia on Friday Night Baseball Memorial Day weekend. Get your game face on, Braves country. Atlanta Braves are wearing the Friday Night Reds with the blue lettering, blue numerals on the back, white lettering on the back, Tomahawk and Braves across the chest. And it's baseball time in Braves country. The first pitch on the way is a fastball high and tight to Stott. He bends out of the way. It's 1-0. The 1-0 right there on the edge, called for a strike. It's 1-1. Just kisses the black. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Top of the first inning, the 1-1 pitch, swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. It's 1-2 to the leadoff hitter of the Philadelphia Phillies. Hope y'all are starting to enjoy your Memorial Day weekend here with Braves Country Baseball. The 1-2 pitch, check swing, foul, just got a piece of it to stay alive. We'll do it again at 1-2. Stott looks in. Schuster kicks and deals. Swinging, that ball is lifted into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Harris cuts it off and fires it into second. And it's a leadoff single for the Philadelphia Phillies. Schuster left it right over the plate. And Stott did not miss. Dangerous Philadelphia lineup. Schuster will go back to work. Lefty-righty matchup. The first pitch is swung on and fouled back by Turner. Trey Turner at the plate batting .244 on the year. It's 0-1. Turner with a .671 OPS, 5 home runs, 13 RBI. The 0-1 from Schuster. Lefty-righty matchup. Kicks and deals in the dirt. Gets away from Darnode. And Stott's going to easily cruise down to second base. That'll be a wild pitch. And there's a runner on second and nobody out. Braves in the Friday Night Reds with the red Bill on the cap and the blue cap, white A across the front, white pants. The 1-1 swing, and that ball's fouled off of Turner's leg, and it's 1-2. Phillies are wearing the road grays with the gray lettering and gray numerals. Phillies across the chest. Fouled that into his instep. The 1-2 pitch. The wind up, the kick in the deal. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into right field. Underneath it is Acuna. He'll make the catch, and the runner will have to stay at second. There's one away. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Slight wind blowing out towards the chop house. And Bryce Harper comes to the plate. Lefty-lefty matchup. Harper batting .347. Just recently came back, but he's already got 3 home runs, 7 RBI, and a .983 OPS. The first pitch on the way to Harper is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Harper at the plate, Stott on second, 1 away, the 1-0. Right there for a strike. Slider taking on the inner cut. It's 1-1. Philadelphia Philly lineup has not seen Schuster yet, so he'll have the upper hand the first time around. The 1-1. Swung on and missed, pulled the string on that slider. Just out in front, and it's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. The kick in the deal. Fastball misses high and out of the zone. Tried to get Harper to chase up wide. It's 2-2. You got a 2-2 count on Bryce Harper. Fast runner on second, 1 out. The pitch, swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into left field, going back on the track, twisting around, and finally making the catch is Eddie Rosario. Eddie Rosario misread that off the jump, and he ran towards left center in. And when he realized that he misjudged it, had to drift back, and the sun was hitting him right in the face. Luckily made the catch because it was almost a defensive catch. Turning his head and closing his eyes as he makes the catch. Runner stays at second, so no harm, no foul, but that was dangerous. There's 2 away. First pitch on the way to Castellanos is a strike on the inner cut. Fastball, it's 0-1. Nick Castellanos, 294, 5 home runs, 26 RBI. The 0-1 swing and a miss. Fastball top of the zone, it's 0-2. So you got an 0-2 count. 2 outs. Schuster bends down, leans in, gives the pitch, swung on, and that ball's fouled straight back, sawed off behind home plate, and it's 0-2. So he's gone fastball, fastball, fastball here with Castellanos to start this at bat. Will he go back again, or will he pull the string? The 0-2 pitch. Swing and lifted high into center field. Underneath it is Michael Harris. and Schuster gets Castellanos off balance to end the inning. Oh, Philly puts the leadoff runner on and puts him in scoring position, but fails to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Sit sharp. I'm not playing your stupid game.
You can't go cheap on the TP. So I'm going to throw the honorable mention of diapers. You can go to a lesser name brand, and there's a median there. Store brand diapers, garbage. You will have more blowouts and cleanups than you will know what to do with.
Are you willing?
It is not worth saving the dollar.
Are you willing to go to cloth diapers to save money?
No.
Does anybody still do that? What a terrible idea.
Yes.
Do they?
There are people. Yes.
That's such
and
a
they need
terrible
hug me
idea.
jackets. They have lost their mind. There's no way I would process that thing through my washing
Why would I want?
and then ever wear anything out of it again.
I mean, if someone drizzles on my shoes in the men's room, I'm throwing them out. I don't want a full-blown episode and go, well, we can reuse those. Don't throw them out. Who came up with that idea?
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country Baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the key.
For the first time, to the shock of the baseball community, he paid each player a salary. The highest paid was Harry's brother George, the shortstop, who received a considerable sum of $1,400 a season, 7 times the average working man's wage.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Walker to Acuna is down below the knees for a ball. Sinker misses. It's 1-0. Taijuan Walker, the right-hander, ex-New York Met, 1-0 on the way. Swing and bounced off the plate. Splitter on the inner cut. It's 1-1. The 1-1 inside. Backs Acuna off the plate. It's 2-1. Tampa Bay leads Los Angeles 4-2 early on. Mets play a little later. They're out in Colorado tonight. The 2-1 down below the knees. Sinker misses. It's 3-1. The 3-1 on the way. Swing, and that ball's grounded over towards short. It's going to be an easy 6-3 put out to start the first inning for your Atlanta Braves. I don't know if y'all have seen these Baltimore Orioles. They're wearing their City Connect jerseys for the first time tonight. I don't know if you've seen them or not. They are not good. Matt Olson comes to the plate, and he takes the first pitch way down and away. But home plate umpire Nate Tomlinson calls it for a low strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swing and fouls it. No, it's going to stay. It is going to go foul, but it's going to be playable. Third baseman Josh Harrison runs underneath it, and it's out number 2. That was an absolutely awful pitch. Awful strike call in that first pitch to Olson. May have affected why he swung at the second pitch. So that'll bring Riley to the plate. Riley takes the first pitch down and away, and that one is called a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Right there, fastball. Belt high over the plate. It's 1-1. The 1-1 swing, and that ball is lifted into center field. Will it get down? Making the diving attempt is Marsh, but it falls out of his glove, and Austin Riley will be on. Sure, they'll probably ring that up as a base hit as Marsh had to make a diving attempt to even make a play on it. There's one on, two away. They do ring it up as a base hit. So one on and two out. And Travis d'Arnaud coming to the plate. Notice the biggest thing in the lineup tonight, Sean Murphy is getting the night off. With the day game tomorrow, you got to figure he's going to be on the behind the plate tomorrow. First pitch on the way to d'Arnaud is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Also, Ozuna has been lifted to the number 5 spot in the lineup. The 0-1. Off the plate wide. Good take by d'Arnaud. It's 1-1. d'Arnaud getting a second here to, looks like he had something in his eye that he had to wipe out. The 1-1 pitch. Right there. Fastball on the inner part of the plate. It's 1-2. d'Arnaud batting .304, 1 home run, 8 RBI, a .738 OPS. The 1-2 pitch swung on and grounded. It's a comebacker right to the mound. Walker's got it, fires it over to first, and it's a 1-3 putout to end the inning. Riley gets on, but the Braves fail to get him across. We'll be back in a flash. It's 0-0 in Atlanta.
You want to run tonight, son, or you want to act like a rabbit? You want to run or you want to duck down? If you want to duck, just go over there and get under the bench and stay there.
Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten all year long.
Third down and about 22. As Smith drops the throw, he's got his tight end open, but he's got Carter downfield, and he's gone. Michigan leads the game with a first touchdown on a bullet, a bomb to Carter, 71 yards. Now State's lead 7-3. There he goes. So long. Ohio State touchdown. That's that old 1-2 punch you make to him the first time and then have it the second time.
In his career, Lorenzo White 15 times rushed for 100 yards in a half. 5 of those this season. On 2nd and 10.
Long throw to Ryson, and he's open. All the way to the 6-yard line.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast.
After a spectacular early season in 1877, the Louisville Grays of the new National League mysteriously lost 7 games in a row. Players bobbled the ball, seemed to slow between bases, swung suspiciously wide. The Grays lost the pennant. Afterwards, some were seen wearing fancy clothes and diamond stick pins. An investigation revealed that gamblers had bought off 4 players, including one of the National League's greatest pitchers, the popular Jim Devlin. When confronted with the evidence, Devlin confessed.
Was introduced to a man named McLeod, who said when I wanted to make a little money to let him know was to use the word sash in telegraphing, and he would know.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jared Schuster ready to come back to the hill. Schuster allowed the leadoff runner to come on. If you missed the beginning, Stock got down to second on a wild pitch, but then he retired 2 through 4 in order. Kyle Schwarber will come to the plate. Schwarber, the left-hander, swings at the first pitch. He rifles it over to second, right at Ozzie. A 1-hopper, a 4-3 putout, and there's one away. So 1 out, nobody on. JT Realmuto due up. Schuster in that first inning, 18 pitches. The first pitch on the way to Realmuto is a strike right there at the knees. Fastball in the inner part of the plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into right field just before the warning track. Ronald Acuna Jr. will make the catch for out number 2. So 2 outs. A quick 2 outs for Jared Schuster. Bring Alec Bohm to the plate. Tall right-hander takes the first pitch. Slider right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Bohm batting .269, a .732 OPS with 6 home runs, 37 RBI. The 0-1 pitch swing, and that ball's lifted down the right field line, and it's going to go off the wall. Acuna's got it and fires it back into the infield, and Bohm is standing on second with a 2-out double. Took the high hard one off the plate outside and drained it into deep right corner. Smacked off the bottom of the wall. By the time Acuna got the ball, Bohm was already halfway to second, so that'll bring Brandon Marsh to the plate. Marsh, lefty-lefty matchup, batting .268. The center fielder, number 8 hitter. The first pitch, a swing, and fouls it back out of play, 93 miles an hour. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Schuster. He looks a runner back at second. He fires the pitch, and it's a fastball top of the zone. And it's 0-2. The 0-2 from Schuster. Darno sets up outside. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string on the slider. And that'll end the inning. Schuster's got that slider working. We'll be back in a flash. Ozuna, Rosario, and Albies coming to the plate.
Smoking, that's another one. Try to stop smoking. That's a beauty, huh? Well, with cigarettes, my wife and I, we made a deal, my wife and I. We only smoke after sex. I got the same pack now since 1975. What bothers me is my wife. She's up to 3 packs a day.
Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line. Is it fair? Is it? It is gone, baby! Lama ding dong, zip boo bam, a 3-run shot by Eddie Rosario. That thing looked like it was curving foul. Eddie Rosario makes it 4-1 Atlanta.
Today we are talking about one of the worst offensive teams ever to win a World Series, the 1906 Chicago White Sox. The team owned the league's worst batting average and only hit 7 home runs the entire season. Only 3 of their everyday starters had a batting average over .250. Out of the 7 home runs they hit that season, Billy Sullivan and Fielder Jones accounted for more than half of them with 2 apiece. During a 3-week stretch in August, they went 19-0, while the other 3 teams ahead of them had a losing record during that same stretch. No one in the press dared pick the White Sox to beat the Cubs. Through the first 4 games of the World Series, the White Sox had 6 runs, 11 hits, and an embarrassing 0.97 batting average. Despite this, the series was still tied at 2. Game 5 would turn the series when the White Sox took advantage of an overflow crowd. Back then, when balls hopped over the roped-off crowd, they were considered doubles. The White Sox had 8 doubles in the game and won 8-6. In the last 2 games of the series, the White Sox would finally break through offensively with 16 runs and close out the biggest upset in World Series history.
Baseball is the very symbol, the outward and visible expression of the drive and push and rush and struggle of the raging, tearing, booming 19th century. Mark Twain.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies. Bottom of the second, first pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna is in the dirt. Taken for a ball, it's 1-0. The 1-0 to Ozuna. Swing and a miss strike. This Splitter right down below the knees. It's 1-1. Marcel with an 807 OPS now. The 1-1 off the plate wide. It's 2-1. Stands in with 10 home runs, 21 RBI. Batting average up to 222. The 2-1. Down below the knees, called for a low strike. Marcel gives him the stank eye, and I don't blame him. Home plate umpire Tomlinson not doing a good job so far. The 2-2. Swing, and that ball is going to be roasted in between short and third. The 5-6 hole. Turner tried to backhand it. He didn't have much of a chance of making that play. He dove for it. And the leadoff runner's on here in the bottom of the second. Good piece of hitting by Marcel. So that'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch to Rosario. He shows bunt, pulls it back, and it's 1-0. Taijuan Walker, 30-year-old right-hander from Shreveport, Louisiana, was drafted by the Mariners in 2010 and spent most of his career there as the 1-0 pitch on the way is a wide strike. Tomlinson has a really wide strike zone and low strike zone. It's 1-1. After being in Seattle till 16, he then went to Arizona. The 1-1. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into right field, going back off the wall, and Castellanos misplays it. Ozuna's going to make it down to second. He had to hold up. He thought maybe that ball would be caught. Castellanos is fortunate a faster runner wasn't on first. That would have been a run. Ball went high off the wall, and he crowded that wall, and the ball boomeranged back to him. He had no chance of making that play. It went up there just below the edge of the wall, just above where it says below the chop. If you're familiar with that, the first pitch on the way to Ozzie is swung on and grounded over towards first. And now Ozuna's caught in a rundown, and his lack of base running is going to cost Atlanta 2 outs and a run. I don't know what in the world he was doing. And what is Washington doing standing over there as the third base coach? He's got to be getting on to him, telling him to stay put, stay put. Ball was dragged over to first, and Ozuna kind of halfway started going there, and then, he just stopped 5 to 7 feet away from third. Half of that's on Ozuna, half of that's on Washington. So Arcia will come to the plate now. The runner on second is still in 2 away, so we do have a runner in scoring position. The 0-1 inside misses. It's 1-1. Arcia batting .313, 4 home runs, 13 RBI. Hey, the GOAT's back tonight. Haven't seen you in a couple of nights. Didn't know if you were out of town. The 1-1 to Arcia, down below the knees. Good take. It's 2-1. Really disappointing base running by Ozuna. And once again, Washington's got to be on him. He's got to know. He's got a knucklehead standing at third. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is dribbled over towards third. It's going to be an easy play for Harrison. Throws it over to first, and it's a 5-3 put out to end the inning. Braves put 2 on, nobody out, and then hit themselves out of it. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Imaginary hat. What is this? What are we doing?
So dumb.
G'day. Hi, it's Dean, calling from Cyprus.
Buongiorno, Dino.
My mate wants me to rub sun cream on his back.
Holy dooly. A delicate matter, but a bird wingman is useless. So there are rules.
Okay.
Only put cream where he can't reach. Between his shoulder blades. The safe zone.
But anything else?
Whack it on thick, mate. Last thing you want to do is a second coach.
And remember, Dino, the following things are not permitted.
Eye contact.
Scented candles.
Power balance.
And do not apply if he's wearing budgie smugglers.
Are we all clear?
Crystal. Cheers, fellas.
No dramas.
Armchair.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
What was your first impression of me? I thought you wore too much makeup and were a slut. I was wrong. You don't wear too much makeup.
Despite their pleas for forgiveness, Hulbert banned all 4 players from baseball forever. For 5 years, Jim Devlin haunted the corridors outside meetings of the National League club owners, hoping somehow to be reinstated. Desperate, he wrote to Harry Wright, still the most respected man in the game. Harry Wright did nothing.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. 0-0. Philadelphia Phillies. The 1-0 to Josh Harrison, who stands in, number 9 hitter from the right side of the plate, bangs it foul. It's 1-1. Harrison, you'd remember him from the Pittsburgh Pirates mainly in his career. Kind of bounced all over recently. The 1-1 down below the knees. It's 2-1. Josh Harrison, now 35 years old. The 2-1. Misses high and out of the zone. It's 3-1. Played for the Pirates until 2018. After that is the 3-1 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's ripped down the left field line. Foul up against the screen. Just wide of the left field line for a loud strike. Harrison played for Pittsburgh until 2018. Then Detroit, Washington, Oakland, and the White Sox. The 3-2 pitch swung on, popped up. Darnold's looking everywhere. Bends out of play. Behind home plate. Do it again at 3-2. Josh Harrison from Cincinnati, Ohio. The 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him. Fastball. Handcuffed him on the inner part of the plate, and there's one away. Actually drafted by the Chicago Cubs in 2008 was Harrison. So that'll bring the top of the order back to the plate. Bryson Stott, who's 1 for 1, takes the first pitch, fastball high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Stott 1 for 1 with the single in the first. The 1-0 misses wide of the plate again. It's 2-0. Stott from Las Vegas, Nevada. Drafted by the Phillies in 2019, played his college ball at UNLV. Debuted in April of last year. The 2-0. Way off the plate. Slider misses. It's now 3-0. So he's run it 3-0 to Stott, and Trey Turner stands on deck. With Bryce Harper in the hole, the 3-0. Way outside wide. And it's a 4-pitch walk to the leadoff hitter, not what you want when you got a lefty-lefty matchup. And staring down the barrel of Turner, Harper, and Castellanos. Schuster will try to get his control back. Facing Trey Turner, the big offseason acquisition by Philadelphia in the offseason. The first pitch is in the dirt, nowhere near the zone. It's 1-0. Turner from Boynton Beach, Florida, drafted by the Padres in 2014, played his college ball at NC State. The 1-0. Schuster flips it over to first to keep Stott close by. We'll do it again at 1-0. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. The 1-0, runner on the move, and d'Arnaud throws it down to second, but nowhere near in time. Pretty decent jump, and d'Arnaud, of course, not with the strongest of arms. Stott got in there. All in all, not a terrible throw by d'Arnaud. It was on target. But Stott now standing at second again with less than 2 outs. The 1-1. Misses high and out of the zone. It's 2-1. Schuster leans in, gets the sign, looks back the runner, lifts and fires, and it's not getting that wide strike like Tomlinson was giving to Walker just an inning ago. So it's now 3-1. The 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Got him out in front there. It's 3-2. Looked like the changeup. So he's gone change, four seam, and then 2 changes. The 3-2 pitch, in the dirt. Ball 4. And now he's walked Turner with Bryce Harper coming to the plate. So this is the second time around that they've seen Schuster. d'Arnaud's coming out there to talk to him, try to calm him down. Schuster has to know this will be one of the biggest at-bats of the evening with 2 on and 1 out. One of the game's best power hitters at the plate. Two runners with wheels on first and second, so it's going to be hard to double up Harper. The first pitch, fastball, not giving him that wide strike. It's 1-0. Schuster looks into d'Arnaud. The 1-0. Just misses. Slider outside. It's 2-0. No, it's hard to argue that those are strikes. Those were strikes earlier in the game, so that's the frustrating part of it. The 2-0 from Schuster. Swing and a miss. It's 2-1. I used to be against it, but I am now very much for the robo-ump. So the more and more you do these games and you see some of the worst umpires behind home plate, they definitely need direction. The 2-1 pitch. Off the plate, wide, ball 3. It's 3-1. So Schuster, a little hard to believe, too, that they haven't been out there to talk to him yet, has run a 3-1 count to Harper. The pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's banged just foul down the first base line. Do it again at 3-2. So you got a full count now to Harper. Speed on the base paths. Castellanos on deck. Schwarber is in the hole. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide for Schuster. He leans in to get the sign. The wind up, the pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high, but not deep enough underneath it is Harris. He'll make the catch. And there's 2 away. Runners will stay put. He hung that slider, but he got bailed out because Harper just got underneath it. So we'll try to dance through the raindrops one more time as Castellanos comes to the plate. Right-handed sluggers 0 for 1 with the fly out in the first. 292, a 793 OPS, 5 home runs. On deck is Schwarber. Castellanos from Hialeah, Florida. The first pitch on the way is way down below. It's 1-0. Drafted by the Detroit Tigers back in 2010. Two on, 2 out. The 1-0 pitch to Castellanos. Fastball swung on and hit high and deep into center field, going back off the wall. Poorly played by both Harris and Acuna. The ball keeps rolling and rolling and rolling back in towards the infield, and it's going to be a stand-up triple for Castellanos, clearing the bases. Both went after the ball towards the wall. When they realized they couldn't make the catch, the ball ricocheted. When Acuna sees Harris going for the ball like that, he's got to back him up. Standing next to him does absolutely nothing. And though you want to get on Acuna, you want to get on Harris for this, that comes down to coaching. If you don't go over this all the time about who's covering this and who's doing that in this situation and that situation, that flat out comes down to Braves defensive coaching. And you see it quite a bit. They do a great job in pitch coaching the pitchers. They do a pretty darn good job in coaching the infield, but the outfield has just been absolutely abysmal. If you remember the Phillies series last year in the playoffs, the outfield defense was a huge problem there. So that'll bring Schwarber to the plate with 2 outs, and the first pitch on the way is way outside wide. It's 1-0. After Kranitz finally went out there to talk to Schuster. The 1-0 right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-1. When he was fortunate enough to get out of the pitch that he lobbed in there to Harper, someone should have been out there talking to him immediately. The 1-1 misses off the plate wide. It's 2-1. Runner on third, 2 outs. The 2-1 pitch right there at the knees. Strike 2. It's 2-2. The 2-2 on the way. Schuster lets it fly. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And that'll end the inning. So after the mound visit, we get the out. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. Literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No, they weren't because they were in lockdown. Exactly.
Okay, they were in a
He's probably
These
from
are
a Big Ten.
pромless teenagers.
If he's from a Big Ten
you got
state,
my point. They were in a.
if he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
They were in a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called
fans.
porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I
got
don't
a
think
mess to clean up, guys.
Yeah.
Virtual prom.
There's my walk-off for the day. Thanks, Mac.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. For those who don't know, normal human eyesight is 20/20 vision. A research study in 2019 found that the average baseball player has 20/13 vision, with the top 2% of MLB players having 29.2 vision. That means that some baseball players have vision that's more than twice as good as the normal human.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Ball players have to be able to cope with defeat more constantly than anyone else. It isn't just that they lose 4 times out of 6, it's they have to play again tomorrow. And if they lose tomorrow, that's 2 in a row. In a week, you can lose 7 in a row. A losing streak can mount up on you so much faster than a winning streak that it's a kind of terror that grips a team. It's like the spooky music that runs under baseball.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail 2-0. Michael Harris II will come to the plate. Taijuan Walker will go back to work after a lengthy half inning. See if it has any effects. The first pitch on the way from Walker is a curveball high and at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. The 0-1 is in the dirt. Taken for a ball, splitter misses. It's 1-1. Harris batting just 165 with 1 home run. The 1-1 on the way. Fastball. Got that one wide call, and it's 1-2. The 1-2 just got a piece of... No, he didn't get a piece of that. That was such a bad pitch. I thought Harris had actually gotten a piece of it, but he just swung it basically a golf divot. And there's one away. Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate, and the first pitch to Acuna's inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Right there down below the knees. It's 2-0. Acuna now batting .330. 11 home runs, 27 RBI. The 2-0. 92 mile an hour on the outer edge. It's 2-1. The 2-1 on the way. Swing, and that ball's grounded over towards short. Another 6-3 put out will send Acuna back to the bench, and there's 2 outs. Acuna's dropped about 20 points off his batting average in the last week. He was up right there at 350 about a week ago. He's in a little bit of a slump. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Olson is 0 for 1. And the first pitch to Olson misses inside for a ball. It's 1-0. If you're just joining us, Atlanta blew an opportunity to score in the bottom of the second. Some bad base running ran him out of the inning. And then the 1-0 pitch, inside ball 2-0. And then bad defense led to a 2-run double, or triple, excuse me, in the top half. The 2-0 pitch, high and out of the zone, it's 3-0. So you can make the argument the score should be 1-1. The 3-0 pitch, swing, and that ball's hit high, but not very deep. Underneath it is Castellanos. He'll make the easy play for out number 3. We'll be back in a flash. The middle of the order due up for Philadelphia.
So speaking of exes, my old boyfriend came over late last night and yada, yada, yada. Anyway, I'm really tired today.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Lou Gehrig hit his first career home run on September 27, 1923. He hit his final home run on September 27, 1938. In total, he hit 5 home runs on September 27th. 2 of those came off of Hall of Famer Lefty Grove in 1931 and 1933.
One of baseball's most beloved stars was Cleveland pitcher Addie Joss. He was nicknamed the human hairpin because of his height and the exaggerated motion with which he hurled the ball. He had won 20 or more games 4 seasons in a row and was a favorite with fans and players alike. Even opposing players enjoyed hearing him harmonize with Ed Walsh of the Chicago White Sox. But Joss had a terrible secret. He was suffering from meningitis. He struggled through the 1910 season, even pitched a no-hitter without telling anyone. But he collapsed before an exhibition game the following spring. Joss died 11 days later. He was just 31.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 2-0. So we head to the top of the 4th inning. The first pitch on the way to Real Muto is a fastball strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Schuster lets it fly down below the knees. It's 1-1. Schuster gets the sign. Kicks and deals, swing, and that ball's grounded over towards the shortstop area. RC has got it, flips it over to first, and it's a 6-3 put out for out number 1. Braves were in a bit of a shift. Ball essentially hit right to him. So that'll bring Alec Bohm to the plate. Bohm's 1 for 1. The first pitch is swung on, grounded over towards Olsen. Olsen has it, flips it to Schuster covering the bag. Schuster tags the pillow, and there's 2 outs. So 2 quick outs for Jared Schuster. That'll bring Marsh to the plate. You'll have a lefty-lefty matchup here. Brandon Marsh. Bit of an open stance from the left side, crouched down. The first pitch is a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Marsh from Buford, Georgia. Went to high school at Buford, Georgia. High school. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. It's 1-1. Drafted by the Angels in the second round in 2016, where he came up in 2021 before being traded last year to the Phillies. The 1-1 swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that slider at the bottom of the zone. It's 1-2. Schuster looking much more comfortable in this inning. The 1-2 from Schuster. Set up outside. Fastball high and wide. Called strike 3. Marsh doesn't like it. Can't say I blame him, but we'll take it after the things that we've had to endure. We'll be back in a flash. The heart of the order of the Atlanta Braves coming to the plate.
If you were a bird, where would you fly? I'd fly to my favorite place, the DMV.
I was just going to say that.
Bet we haven't heard a peep out of you.
If I was a bird, I'd fly into a ceiling fan.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Michael Conforto's mother is an Olympic gold medalist. Tracy Ruiz Conforto was a synchronized swimmer in the 80s and won 2 gold medals in the Olympics along with a silver medal. Tracy was inducted into the International Swimming Hall of Fame in 1993, the same year that Michael Conforto was born.
Over the years, Brooklyn would be represented by many teams with many names. The Atlantics and Excelsiors, the Bridegrooms, Bushwicks and Superbas, the Tip Tops, after the baker of Tip Top bread who owned them for a time. The Robins, after their manager Wilbert Robinson, the Trolley Dodgers, and finally, just the Dodger.
The story of the Brooklyn Dodgers is a story of one of the 5 boroughs in New York. Brooklyn was an independent city to itself until 1898. It was one of the great cities. It was a city with a population bigger than Chicago. But because of the subway, because of the bridges, because of the water and electric facilities, the state forced Brooklyn into the city of New York in 1898. And Brooklyn didn't want to be in the city of New York. New York had the tall buildings and this, that, and the other, and the railroad stations and Broadway. Brooklyn was just they call it the bedroom of New York. But the one thing that they had in Brooklyn was a baseball club called the Dodgers. And the whole borough of Brooklyn centered its love and attention on the Dodgers and used the Dodgers against the tall buildings of Manhattan.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Austin Riley is called for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swing and bangs it off the plate. Sinker fastball to start the at-bat. It's 0-2. Riley 1 for 1. Singled to center his first time up. The 0-2 pitch just misses below the knees. Over the plate, it's 1-2. The 1-2 from Walker. Swing, and that ball's belted high and deep. Will it get out? Will it? No, right there at the warning track power. Just on the edge for out number 1. Schwarber kept drifting back. I thought that one was going to keep carrying, and then he had to take a step in. So not quite as close to the wall as it first appeared, but right there at the warning track. Wind is blowing left to right, and that might have had something to do with it. First pitch on the way to d'Arnaud is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Travis d'Arnaud's 0 for 1, grounded out a comebackers last time. The 1-0 pitch swung on, and that ball's lifted into right center field. That's going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes d'Arnaud around first. He'll head into second, and it's a 1-out double for your Atlanta Braves. Second time through the order for the heart of the order. The Braves bats seem to be waking up. Got a couple other things going on in the world of sports today. You got the women's college softball championships going on, the super regionals. Keep you up to date with everything going on there. They have been playing all day long. Ozuna comes to the plate. He's 1-for-1, and the first pitch is on the way, taken high for a ball. It's 1-0. Ozuna would like to make good for his base running blunders in the second after getting on with the single. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's ripped in. Same spot, and it's going to get down for a base hit. It's off the glove of Turner. Darnode thought about heading towards home, slammed on the brakes, and had to dive to third. So another poor job of base running came really close to costing the Braves again. Just got underneath the tag. I mean, you can only point to one person. And yes, that was definitely, I'm looking at the replay right now, that's definitely Ron Washington. He's waving Darnode around, and then at the last second tells him to go back. And that's the same thing that he did. I saw it later in the break. He motioned for Ozuna to head towards the plate. So Eddie Rosario come to the plate. Rosario, 1-for-1. The first pitch is way outside, wide for a ball. It's 1-0. And I know we all love Wash, but man, he makes some really big mistakes at the third base coaching position a lot. I love what he does with the infield defense, but man, does he spit the bit time to time. The 1-0 pitch, swing, and that ball's lifted high. Not very deep, but it's to Schwarber. Schwarber is going to throw it to the plate. Darnode tags up. He's safe, and the Braves have cut the lead in half. It's 2-1. Little surprised on the play. Ozuna tags up and goes second. Little surprised that they didn't cut that off. Darnode, though he's not the fastest runner, Schwarber is famously one of the worst arms in all of baseball. I would love to see a showdown between him and Ozuna out in left field. So runner on second and 2 away. Ozuna representing the tying run at second, and Ozzie Albies will come to the plate. Time is called. Not quite sure what's going on, but home plate umpire Nate Tomlinson's dusting off home plate. Usually they do that to buy time, but he might legitimately want it cleaned off. Walker, by the way, stands at 49 pitches, 2 outs here in the fourth. Ozzie Albies digs in. The first pitch is down and inside. It's 1-0. Ozzie 0-for-1. Grounded into a double play his first time up. That was the one that involved Ozuna. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's grounded over towards second. It's going to be an easy play for stop. 4-3 put out, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Atlanta Braves cut the lead in half. It's 2-1. We head to the top of the fifth.
Will you share this toothbrush holder with me?
I would love to.
Did we really need to be here for this?
Call me crazy, but I found it moving.
Does Dale Murphy belong in the Hall of Fame? He led the National League in games, at-bats, runs, hits, extra base hits, RBIs, runs created, total bases, and plate appearances in the 1980s. He went to 7 All-Star games and won 5 Gold Gloves in a row. He also won 4 Silver Slugger Awards in his career. He led the National League in home runs twice, RBIs twice, slugging percentage twice, and OPS once. Only Mike Schmidt hit more home runs between 1980 and 1987. Only Ricky Henderson scored more runs. Only Schmidt and George Brett had a better slugging percentage. Only Schmidt, Brett, and Eddie Murray had a better OPS plus. The only other back-to-back MVP winner outside of Cooperstown is Roger Maris.
To boost their gate receipts, the owners decided that the 1919 World Series would be a best-of-9 game contest. The first game was held in Cincinnati. Eddie Cicotte, ordinarily a master of control, hit the first batter in the back. Then he threw wild, bobbled a grounder, ignored his catcher's signal. Swede Risberg ruined an easy double play by failing to step on the bag. Joe Jackson threw wide from the outfield and seemed to slow down to miss balls near him. Cincinnati won 9-1.
This contest between the Reds and the White Sox is something that is concentrating the nation's attention and its faith. It was visible from the very first pitch, the first game, when the signal was put in, and Eddie Cicotte hit the first batter, and that was the signal to the gamblers that the fix had worked. The only thing that the gamblers did wrong with that series, from their own perspective, is that they made the mistake of letting the Reds win the first game, because that drove the odds down. And if the White Sox, the Black Sox, had won the first game, Rothstein and his cohort would have made a hell of a lot more money.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Schuster to Harrison, the number 9 hitter, is a fastball high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Harrison 0 for 1 with the strikeout. The 1-0 inside for a ball, 2-0. (2-0) from the lefty. Swing, and that ball is ripped down the left field line, just foul. It's 2-1. Maybe the best defensive play made of the night so far by the ball girl down the left field line. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Slider on the outer edge. It's 2-2. He has that slider going. He can really deal it back and forth. The 2-2 swing, and just got a piece of that to stay alive. I think that was the slider too. One looked a little harder, but it did have the dip his slider's been using all night. The 2-2 pitch from Schuster. He looks in. Time called by Harrison. We'll do it again. Mets and Rockies not quite underway. They're scheduled to go at 8:40 tonight. We'll hit the scoreboard here in a second. The 2-2 from Schuster. Swing and grounded foul over towards third base line. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. San Diego leads the Yankees 2-0. That game is early on. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Pulled the string on that slider, 82 miles an hour. It had been coming in at 84, 85, and Harrison could not hold back. And Schuster with another strikeout. Rays lead the Dodgers 6-2. That game is already heading to the 7th. I thought we were moving fast. Rangers all over the Orioles 10-1. White Sox 8-1 over the Tigers in the 6th. First pitch on the way, and Stott takes a low ball for 1-0 on the outer edge. The 1-0 to Stott. Right there for a strike. It's 1-1. Stott looks back at home plate umpire. I got to agree with him. It was in the same damn spot. So either they were both strikes or they were both balls. The 1-1 from Schuster. Swing and a miss. Fastball high in the zone. Intercut. Missed his target quite a bit. Darnode was set up outside and low. That fastball came in high and tight. The 1-2 on the way. Slider misses. It's 2-2. Back to the scoreboard. Padres over the Yankees 2-0 in the 5th. Guardians 4-0 over the Cardinals. That game is in the 5th. I believe Bieber's on the mound tonight. Nationals 1-0 over the Royals. That game just got underway. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high in the sky. Underneath it is Michael Harris II. And there's 2 away. Giants and Brewers, Milwaukee 1-0 in the second. And the rest of the games have not got underway except for the one in the friendly confines this afternoon in Chicago, Illinois. Reds beat the Cubs 9-0. Justin Steele was on the mound. Hunter Green was dealing today for Cincy. So that'll bring Trey Turner to the plate, and Trey Turner takes the first pitch down below the knees. Sinker misses. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Right there for a strike on the outer edge slider. It's 1-1. Schuster would love a 1-2-3. Much rather face Harper with nobody on. The 1-1. Swing, and that ball's grounded over towards short. Arcias charges, flips it over to first, and Turner busted it down the line, but he's out by about a step. So 6-3 put out. Will grab the bats. Arcia, Harris, and the top of the order for your Atlanta Braves.
The longer you wait on the ball, the better you see it, right? The better you see it, the harder you hit it. The harder you hit it, the higher your average is. The higher your average is, the more money you make. And the more money you make, the more you're going to get laid.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In a 1947 college baseball game between Yale and Fordham, each team had a very notable player. The first baseman for Yale was future President George H.W. Bush, and the Fordham center fielder was legendary Dodgers announcer Vin Scully. H.W. Bush and Yale would go on to win the game 3-1. Who do you think had the most hits in the 1990s? Some names that may come to mind are Tony Gwynn, Ken Griffey Jr., or even Barry Bonds. The answer is actually Cubs first baseman Mark Grace with 1,754 hits in the 90s.
In 1919, no team played better than the Chicago White Sox, pennant winners in the American League, and few teams were paid as poorly or got along as badly. Players deliberately crossed each other on the field. During infield practice, no one threw the ball to second baseman Eddie Collins, Chicago's highest-paid player, all season long. Teammate Chick Gandil had not spoken to Collins since 1915. I thought you couldn't win without teamwork, Collins said later, until I joined the White Sox. Yet somehow we won 100 games and the pennant that year. The White Sox were heavy favorites to beat the better-paid but far weaker Cincinnati Reds in the World Series. The Chicago owner was the old Roman, Charles A. Comiskey, himself a former player, but now among the game's most parsimonious executives.
They were abused horribly by Charles Comiskey, who was a man of a small mind, a tight fist, and nasty temperament. The climate was too good for it not to happen.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Walker is down below the knees, called for a low strike to Arcia on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. High and inside. You got to be kidding me. 0-2. Arcia calls timeout. He's got to be thinking, well, what is a strike? You got the low and away and you got the high and in. The 0-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it back out of play. Do it again at 0-2. When the lineup flips over for the Atlanta Braves, that'll be the third time through the order. The 0-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's rifled into center field. Going to get down for a base hit. And Karma puts Arcia on first with a leadoff single. Taijuan Walker's numbers, the third time through the lineup, I was looking at it earlier today, and the batting average goes up over 100 points. So hopefully this is the beginning of something good here in the bottom of the fifth. See how long they'll stick with him if he starts to struggle. The first pitch on the way to Harris is swung on, and that ball is rifled into deep left center field. That baby is gone. Jackpot over the wall. Money Mike puts it into orbit, and the Atlanta Braves have taken a one-run lead. His second home run of the year, 413 happy feet Off the bat of Michael Harris, 108 miles an hour. Pitch on the outer part of the plate, and he just stuck his foot in the ground and drilled it over the wall. That'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate, and Acuna comes up and swings at the first pitch and pops it up into left, slams the bat down as his struggles continue, and it's 0-1. You can always tell when Acuna's starting to go into a slump. He wears his emotions on his sleeve. So 1 out, nobody on, 2 in. And the first pitch to Olsen takes it all the way right down Main Street, 93 miles an hour. It's 0-1. Happy Memorial Day weekend to everybody. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. Good take by Olsen. Trying to get him to chase after that splitter near the shoelaces. It's 1-1. Standing on deck, Austin Riley, the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Cutter on the outer edge. 0-2. Walker quickly back to work. He lets it fly in the dirt. Curveball misses well inside, evening up the count at 2-2. Marlins are out west. They take on the Angels tonight, going up against Reed Detmers. If you haven't watched him pitch, the 2-2 pitch on the way, misses outside wide, 3-2. That should be a really good pitching matchup. Luzardo versus Detmers tonight. Angels are a slight favorite. The 3-2 pitch, high and out of the zone. Ball 4, and Matt Olson will head down to first. I think that was the sinker from Walker that Harris took out. He timed it just perfectly. So 1 on, 1 out, and the rake comes to the plate. Austin Riley, who's 1 for 2. First pitch on the way, swung on, grounded over to third. This is going to be an easy 5, 4, 3, double play to end the inning. But up for your Atlanta Braves, put 2 on the board, grab a 1-run lead. We head to the 6th, the heart of the order for the Philadelphia Phillies.
What happened to you? She tried to kill me. What did she do? I don't know, but I woke up in the Hudson River in a sack.
Today we are discussing the career of George Brett. He is most known for the Pine Tar game that occurred on July 24th, 1983. He twice collected 4 hits in a postseason game. Even more impressive, he batted .370 in the World Series against the St. Louis Cardinals. This included his Game 7 4-for-5 performance. Overall, in the postseason, he batted .337 with a 1.023 OPS in 43 games. In 1980, he nearly became the first player to hit 400 since Ted Williams in 1941. On September 19th, with 13 games left, he went 2 for 4, raising his average to exactly 400. He won the American League MVP award in 1980. He finished with a 300 or better average in 11 of his 21 seasons. Over his 21-year career, he batted .305 with 317 home runs and 1,596 RBI. He had 3,154 hits and had a career WAR of 88.6. He was a 13-time All-Star, won 1 Gold Glove, and won 6 Silver Sluggers. He was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1999 with 98.2% of the vote.
It certainly was a kind of have and have not thing. The baseball players were very expendable. If you got hurt, you were gone. There was no pension or anything else like that. And they saw people making money hand over fist. The owners, in Comiskey's case, he owned the ballpark. He bottled his own soda in the basement. He was making a nickel on everything that went, that moved in that ballpark. And there they were, they were nicknamed the Black Sox even before they threw the World Series because one year he started charging them for laundering their uniforms. And they went on strike by saying, okay, then we won't launder them. And they got dirtier and dirtier and dirtier until the sports writers called them the Black Sox. And then, in fact, Comiskey said, okay, I'll launder your uniforms. And then he took it out of their World Series bonus.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves Lead at 3-2. Bryce Harper's coming to the plate to face the rookie for the third time through. The first pitch from Schuster is swung on and bang foul down the first base line. It's 0-1. Yeah, Riley's looked good for about a week almost. And I don't know if I did it justice, but he really did come close to hitting that one out that went to left. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. What a great pitch by Schuster there. Harper's got to look like, what the hell was that? It's 0-2. About 10-mile-an-hour difference. The 0-2 pitch swung on and banged foul towards the third base dugout. It's 0-2. The 0-2 delivery. The lefty flips it in and hit high. Going to bend out of play past the third base dugout. We'll do it again at 0-2. So the 0-2 pitch to Harper. Winds and deals. Slider, did he go around? Third base umpire Gabe Morales says he did not, and it's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt, nowhere near the plate. Even up the count at 2-2. Braves 3. Phillies 2. Top of the 6th. The 2-2 pitch. Fastball misses wide and out the zone. It's 3-2. Southeastern Conference baseball tournament going on. Earlier today, Texas A&M 5-4 winners over LSU. Vanderbilt leads Alabama 5-0 in the third. The 3-2 pitch off the plate wide and nibbled away to losing. Harper had him down 0-2 and then walked him to lead off the inning. Tomorrow, Arkansas will play Texas A&M in one semifinal bracket. Florida will play the winner of the Alabama-Vanderbilt game in the other semifinal bracket. Championship game is Sunday. So that'll bring Castellanos to the plate, and he swings at the first pitch, rifles it over to third, and Riley is going to backhand it, fires it over to second. Ozzie flips it down to first, and Castellanos just beats out what would have been a heck of a double play. Riley, when he made the backhanded stab at third, his right plant foot slipped a bit, and I wonder if that might have actually cost. It would have been close, but that may have been the difference in Castellanos, who doesn't run particularly well. He's not slow, but he doesn't have the speed that some guys have. Still a great play by Riley, a valiant effort by him and Ozzie to try to turn that double play. So 1 on, 1 out. Schwarber comes to the plate, lefty-lefty matchup. He's 0-2. The first pitch, swing, and that ball's popped up. Can of corn should be playable. Arcia waves everybody off. He'll make the catch, and there's 2 away. So 2 outs and 1 on. Castellanos represents the tying run at first, and Snickers coming out. We're going to get a pitching change as JT Realmuto is coming to the plate. So we'll be back in a flash. Good outing by Schuster once again. Braves lead it by 1.
There's a somebody out there for everybody.
and the person for you is a psychiatrist.
Larry Bird never had a bad season. 3-time MVP consecutively. Only player in NBA history to do that. Only small forward to average 10 rebounds for his career. He's the only one. No flaws in his game. His peak was incredible. 24, 10, and 6 are his career averages on damn near 50, 40, 90 shooting splits. So not only was Larry a great scorer, but he was also a great facilitator, great passer, solid defender, and he was a hell of a rebounder. No flaws in his game.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Comiskey's first baseman, Chick Gandil, a former hobo and one-time club fighter, was tired of it. He was nearing the end of his career and wanted one shot at some really big money. For the right money, Gandil let it be known, he would be willing to talk some of his teammates into throwing the series. There was nothing new in working closely with gamblers to throw games. Many players supplemented their incomes that way. The brilliant infielder Hal Chase had made something of a career of it. But throwing the World Series was something else again. Still, Gandil was determined. And now the right money was found. An ex-boxer, Abe Attell, and Sleepy Bill Burns, a one-time White Sox pitcher, served as go-between. But behind it all was New York's most notorious gambler, Arnold Rothstein, who was said to be willing to bet on anything except the weather, because there was no way he could fix that.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Joe Jimenez is going to come in to take over. And the Braves better hold here because the Mets have a 2-0 lead already in Colorado. Whoever this Seabold clown is that's pitching for Colorado has given up a 2-run home run, and he has yet to get an out in the first. Joe Jimenez will come on, and righty-righty matchup versus Real Muto. The first pitch on the way, off the plate wide, it's 1-0. JoJo is from San Juan, Puerto Rico. The big right-hander coming over from Detroit in the offseason. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 1-1. Real Muto is 0 for 2 with a fly out, a ground out. The 1-1 on the way, off the plate wide, down and away. It's 2-1. Real Muto and Jimenez have gone up against each other one time before. As the 2-1 is right there for a strike fastball, taken all the way. It's 2-2. He's 0 for 1 versus Jimenez. The 2-2 pitch, down below the knees, slider misses. And it's 3-2. Three-two on the way. Swing, and that ball's ripped down the left field line, but foul up against the screen. Just before you get to the left field stands. I think JT broke his bat, so he's grabbing another one from the bat boy. We'll wait a second while he gets ready to climb back into the box. Top of the 6th inning here. It's about time to turn back time. Try to squeeze that in as we go. Real Muto looks set. And the 3-2 pitch from Jimenez on the way. Down below the knees, nowhere near the plate. It'll be a walk. Now Real Muto will be facing Marsh. We'll see if all this is going to backfire. Pulling Schuster out, who was pitching well. You wondered at the time why you wouldn't have talked to him about pitching around Real Muto to get to Marsh. I'm sorry, Bohm. So scratch that. First pitch on the way to Bohm is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 in the dirt, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch from Jimenez. Runners on first and second. 2 away. Top of the 6th. In the dirt, ball 3-0. I mean, he is nowhere near the zone. So a 3-0 from Jimenez. Fastball right there at the knees. Going to give him that low strike. It's 3-1. Braves 3, Phillies 2. The 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 95 mile an hour up top. So a full count now. So he's worked it back from 3-0 to a full count, but now the runners will be on the move. So anything that gets down the gap could be 2. The 3-2 pitch. Inside, ball 4, nowhere near the zone. Jimenez loses another batter. And now the bases are juicing. There is nowhere to put Brandon Marsh. Marsh, the left-hander, will come to the plate. He's 0 for 2, but that was against the lefty Schuster. Jimenez digs in, and time is called. And he's already got a ball called on him, pitch timer violation. Jimenez was taking forever to deliver the ball, so he's already down 1-0. Darno's trying to argue it, but I'd say that one's pretty legitimate. So Jimenez has now worked himself down to a 1-0 count. The first pitch on the way, right there for a strike, 95 miles an hour. It's 1-1. Maybe that'll fire him up. The 1-1 pitch. On the way, swinging, that ball's ripped into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. 1 run will score, 2 runs will score, and the Phillies have taken the lead 4-3. Going to Jimenez, and the bullpen backfires mightily, and the Braves trail by 1. And hopefully that's his last batter, because he is just getting pummeled out there. No, it looks like they're going to let him continue. So he'll face Harrison. Got to figure this is his last batter regardless, because the top of the order with a left-handed Stott awaits on deck. Runners on the corners. Braves trail by 1. The first pitch is swung on and popped up. high into right field. Acuna's got it, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Braves cough up the lead. It's 4-3. We head to the bottom of the sixth.
I just remember, like, in 1998, when the internet blew up and everyone was all freaked out about it, and they were like, keep your information off the internet. And we were like, yeah, for sure. And, like, now, a stranger can literally just pull up to us in an alley and roll down the window, say our name, and we're like, oh, thank God. Can you take me to where I live?
Pete Schneider was a pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds from 1914 to 1918. On May 23, 1923, he had one of the greatest nights a baseball player can have. In that game, he was the starting right fielder for Vernon of the Pacific Coast League at Salt Lake City. In his first at-bat in the first inning, he hit a 2-run home run. Vernon batted around in the third, and once again, he would come up to the plate, this time with the bases loaded. With one swing, he unloaded them with a grand slam. In just 3 innings, he had 2 home runs and 6 RBIs. In the 4th inning, he again hit a home run, this time a 3-run home run. His next at-bat came in the 6th. He just missed another home run when he hit a double off the very top of the center field wall. In the 7th inning, he hit his 4th home run and 2nd grand slam of the game, raising his home run total to 4 and his RBI total to 13. Vernon would bat around again, and Schneider would come to the plate again in the 7th, this time with the bases empty. He hit another home run. His last at-bat came in the 9th. His last at-bat resulted in a fly-out to center field. He ended the game with 5 home runs and 14 RBIs. What a performance. Oh, yeah, and his team ended up winning the game 35-11.
Rothstein was basically a guy who never gambled. You know, he's known as a gambler, and he never gambled on anything in his life, which is why he got very, very wealthy. He only put money ostensibly gambling on things that he knew were a sure thing or that he had covered so well that there was no way that he couldn't make a profit. I don't think he really cared about sports. I think he really did cynically feel like, well, these guys are schmucks. They're going to be old men, and I'm still going to be making money off this game when they just have to pay to get into the stadium.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail once again, and Travis d'Arnaud will try to get things going here in the bottom of the 6th. Walker is back out there, just 64 pitches in. The first pitch is swung on, and it's ripped up the middle for a base hit, a worm burner in between second and short, and it's a leadoff single for your Atlanta Braves. Good piece of hitting for d'Arnaud. That'll bring Ozuna to the plate. Marcel swings at the first pitch and hits it high, but not very deep. It's going to be an easy out, number 1. Fly ball catch by Marsh. And there's one away. So 1 out, 1 on. And Rosario coming to the plate. Eddie's 1 for 1. The first pitch to Rosario swung on and banged foul off the plate. It's 0-1. Rosario, double with the sac fly RBI so far in the game. He's raised his average up to 238. The 0-1 pitch off the plate, down and away. It's 1-1. Back to the scoreboard. Rays pounding the Dodgers 7-2 in the 8th. White Sox 9-3 over the Tigers. Rangers 10-1 over the Orioles. That game is in the 7th. Padres 4-1 over the Yankees in the 6th. And the Guardians 4-2 over the Cardinals. That game is in the 7th. Giants lead the Brewers 4-1 in the 3rd. Mets lead the Rockies 2-0. That game is early on. The 1-1 pitch off the plate wide, 2-1. Also, Blue Jays and Twins are underway. That game is 3-0 Toronto. And the Nats lead the Royals 1-0. Corbin on the mound for Washington. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and grounded slowly over towards second. Stott's going to turn and flip it over to the force out at second. Get d'Arnaud. No chance to get the double play as they relay it over to first. Rosario is safe, so they'll switch spots. d'Arnaud will head to the bench, and Rosario will stand on first. And Ozzie Albies will come to the plate. Ozzie's been dropped to the number 7 spot in the lineup versus right-handers. He continues to be up near the top when a lefty's on the mound. First pitch to Ozzie on the way is off the plate wide, 92. Way outside, it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. 2 out, 1 on. Walker turns and flips it over to first. Rosario back. Yeah, I agree, Yelton. Jimenez is not a guy you put in there when the game's on the line with a lead. He's been very disappointing this year. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Ozzie out in front of that one. It's 1-1. Walker's gone cutter. Before that fastball. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Runner is on the move, and Rosario is done. Rosario gets gunned down by Real Muto. I don't know if that was a hit and run because Ozzie was swinging, so maybe that's what the deal was. Ozzie swung at one that was way below the knees, and Rosario got tagged on the wall, and he was cooked by Real Muto. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Shut up, Frank! Shut up! Let's go! Christ, I've been sitting here for 9 innings with you! They're the best team in the National League! Oh, they lose 1 game! They lost 5! They lost 5 out of last 6! They're falling apart! The Braves never lose!
Armchair.
One pitch away from a pitcher's absolute nirvana. A perfect game. Dennis Martinez ready, and the 1-2 pitch popped in the air to center field. Going deep on it is Marcus Grissom. He's got it on the track. Dennis Martinez being mobbed by his teammates on this 28th of July, 1991. Dennis Martinez has reached the ultimate, a perfect game against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Nothing scratchy, nothing fluky. It was a masterpiece.
The proposition to throw the World Series was first brought to me in New York City in front of the Ansonia Hotel. Chick Gandil came to me and said he wanted a conference. He asked me if anybody had approached me on the 1919 World Series with the purpose of fixing. I told him not yet. He asked me if it was fixed, would I be willing to get in and go through with it? I told him I would refuse to answer. Right then. Lefty Williams.
Gandil recruited 6 teammates. Pitcher Claude Lefty Williams. Outfielder Oscar Happy Felch. Third baseman Buck Weaver. Shortstop Swede Risberg. Right-handed pitcher Eddie Cicotti. And the idol of schoolboys all over the Midwest, Joseph Jefferson Jackson.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail by 1. They'll turn to Lucas Litgay. The left-hander face the top of the order. The first pitch on the way from Litgay is a strike on the outer edge down below the knees. It's 0-1. From what I've seen of this Nate Tomlinson, it seems like to me that he gives the veterans, as the 0-1 pitch on the way is outside wide, it's 1-1. Is giving the veterans the benefit of the doubt on the calls But the youngster Schuster was not getting him, and that's not the way you call a game. You should call it even across the board. The 1-1 from Litgay. Misses outside wide, 2-1. Colorado has hit a home run. Max Scherzer's on the mound tonight for the Mets. It's 2-1 New York early on. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's fouled out of play. It's 2-2. So you got a 2-2 count on Stott. Turner stands on deck. He'll be coming up there from the right side to face the southpaw. And Harper, the lefty, in the hole. The 2-2. Down and away, it's 3-2. A full count to the leadoff hitter. Litgay lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's grounded. Foul. Just past the first base bag. Do it again at 3-2. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's ripped into left field in between short and third. And it's a leadoff single for the Philadelphia Phillies. Trey Turner coming to the plate. So we go to turn back time on May 26th in Major League Baseball. Lefty-righty matchup. Turner stands in against Litgay. The pitch inside for a ball, misses way inside. It's 1-0. This date, 1925 in Chicago, Tiger outfielder Ty Cobb becomes the first player to collect 1,000 career extra base hits when he doubles in Detroit's 8-1 win. The 1-0 pitch misses way inside again. Ball 2-0. The Georgia Peach, who surpasses Honus Wagner's record of 993 earlier in the season, will finish his 24-year career with 1,139 extra base hits. The 2-0 pitch, runner on the way, and throw is down there to second, but hops out of Ozzy's gloves, so second base will be stolen. One hopped it. Definitely taking advantage of Murphy not being behind the plate, as the Phillies have been off and running tonight. The 3-0 pitch right there for a strike, and it's 3-1. The 3-1 from Litgay to the right-hander. The wind up to pitch right there for a strike on the outer edge. 88 miles an hour. Cutter taken all the way. It's 3-2. The 3-2 pitch. Swing, and just got a piece of that. Fouled it back. We'll do it again at 3-2. On this date, 1959 in Comiskey Park, another Bill Veeck stunts features the return of the 3'7" Eddie Goddell, along with three other little people, arriving by helicopter. The quartet dressed as Martians, greeting Nellie Fox and company near second base. The 3-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's banged foul at the third base dugout. It's a full count once again. Nellie Fox and company give the diminutive infielders toy ray guns, helping the Keystone Combo in their in their struggles with the giant earthings. That's in 1959. The 3-2 pitch, swing, and that ball is fouled down the line again. We'll do it again at 3-2. On this date, 1990, the Phillies retire Mike Schmidt's uniform, number 20, honoring the third baseman who played 18 years of his Hall of Fame career in Philadelphia during his tenure with the team. The 3-2 from Litke. Swung on, and that ball is going to get dropped down into center field. Backhanding and sliding is Harris, cutting it off before it goes to the wall, but that's going to drive in a run. And Turner's going to be on second with an RBI double. Litke lift that up high in the zone, and Turner drilled it into right center field. At the time of the retirement by Schmidt a year earlier, 1989, the 12-time All-Star was the Phillies' all-time leader in games played, at bats, plate appearances, runs scored, home runs, RBI, walks, and stolen bases. First pitch on the way to Harper. He offers that a bunt. It's 0-1. Harper tried to bunt that down the line. Did that last night successfully for an infield hit. The 0-1 from Litke. They set up outside. Swing and a miss. Sweeper out of the zone. It's 0-2. One more. In 1993, Carlos Martinez hits a fly ball to Jose Canseco that caroms off Canseco's head and over the fence for a home run. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. Do it again at 0-2. The fourth inning solo home run proves to be the difference when the Indians edge Cleveland. When the Indians edge the Rangers in Cleveland Stadium 7-6. That was in 1993, and that's your turn back time for May 26th in Major League Baseball. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt, gets away from d'Arnaud, and Turner's going to easily scamper down to third. And another run looms 90 feet away with no outs. The 1-2 to Harper in the dirt. Misses well wide. It's 2-2. Philly 5, Braves 3, top of the 7th inning. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into center field. That'll score a run. The Braves will record out number 1 in the inning, but the second run has crossed the plate. It's 6-3 Philly. Just caught up on the regionals real quick. Stanford beat Duke earlier today, taking a 1-0 lead in that best of 3. Tennessee 5-2 over Texas. They lead the series 1-0. Oklahoma the same. They lead Clemson 1-0 in their best of 3. They beat the Tigers 9-2. And Oklahoma State pounds Oregon, winning that series and punching their ticket to the College World Series, the Women's College World Series, 9-0 over the Ducks. Litke now set to face Castellanos, and the first pitch is in the dirt, bounces high, almost hits Castellanos. Would have been a really cheap hit by pitch. Just missed him somehow. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch, high and out of the zone, 2-1. In game 1 of the Tuscaloosa Regional, Super Regional, Northwestern leads Alabama 2-0. And in game 2, of the Tallahassee Super Regional. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that one. And it's 2-2. Florida State, the Lady Seminoles lead the Lady Bulldogs of Georgia 3-1 in the 4th inning. Florida State leads that series 1-0, a best of 3. That's your softball scoreboard. The 2-2 pitch from Litgay. Kicks and deals. Swing, and that ball is going to get dumped over Ozzy's head for another base hit. The hits keep coming. Litgay gives up another, and it's 1 on, 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Ozzy leaped for it, but that was well out of his reach. So Darren Oates coming out there to talk to Litgay. Schwarber due up, and then Real Muto. Kyle Schwarber's 0 for 3 with a strikeout. One on, 1 out. The first pitch right there at the knees, down below and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Schwarber. Swung on, banged foul. Backing out of play. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Down below the knees, out of the zone. It's now 2-1. So you got a 2-1 count to Schwarber, 1 on, just 1 out. The wind up the pitch, swing and a miss. It's 2-2. The 2-2 on the way. Did he go? They're going to say he did not. It is now 3-2. Three-two pitch, the windup, the kick, and ball 4. Runners on first and second, 1 out. The Braves coaching staff still sitting on their hands. Kranitz is finally getting up and calling the bullpen. This has the feel of an old-fashioned punt it till tomorrow because they are leaving him out high and dry. Litgay will now face Real Muto. The first pitch is well off the plate inside, nowhere near the zone. It's 1-0. Krantz is going to waddle out there to talk to Litgay, try to buy some time. So while they do that, let's go ahead and hit the scoreboard. Rays lead the Dodgers 9-3. That game is in the 8th. White Sox all over the Tigers 12-3. Lance Lynn on the hill tonight. Rangers taking it to Orioles. Grayson Rodriguez was pitching tonight for Baltimore. It's 10-1. Padres 4-1 over the Yankees in the 7th. Guardians over St. Louis 4-2. That game is in the 8th. The Nats trail the Royals 2-1. First pitch on the way from Litgay after the powwow is a strike on the outer edge to Real Muto. It's 1-1. So he's gone cutter in and cutter out. The 1-1. Right there. Just missed below the knees. 2-1. Real Muto flied out to right in the second, grounded out to shortstop in the 4th. The 2-1 pitch, swing, and bangs it foul. It's 2-2. He walked in the 6th inning. Has come back around to bat here in the 7th. The Braves have only gotten one runner out. The 2-2 swing, and that ball's blasted high and deep into the left field corner, just foul. I mean, just foul. He absolutely clobbered that pitch. 2-2. There's a cutter on the inner part of the plate up top. Let's try to stay away from there this time. The 2-2 with 2 on. Pitch on the way, swing, and that ball is grounded foul. Do it again at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. 2 on, 1 out. Swing and bangs it foul again. We'll do it again at 2-2. Meanwhile, Lucas Litgay is about to throw his 40th pitch of the inning. 40. For a reliever, that is a metric ton. So no matter what happens here, he'll be out of service for the weekend. You got a 2-2 count to Real Muto. Once again, the wind up to pitch. Swinging that ball's hammered foul. Do it again at 2-2. This will be the 9th pitch of the at-bat. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Colorado and the Mets are going head-to-head. New York has the bases loaded. The 2-2. Swung on and bang foul again. Keeps going inside, inside, inside. $41 pitches so far. Number 42 on the way to Real Muto. Swing, and that ball's popped up. Should be playable. Harris gets it for out number 2. So 2 away. And Bohm will come to the plate. And Snicker will finally come out and get Litgay. That dude's going to have to go into the tub immediately with his arm. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Today we're discussing the 1939 New York Yankees. They had 4 players with 100 or more runs. Every player in their starting lineup finished with double digits in home runs and doubles. They also had 4 players who finished with 100 or more RBIs. The most anyone in their starting lineup struck out was 81 times. Only 1 player had more strikeouts than walks. 5 players had an on-base percentage of 400 or higher. 5 hitters produced an OPS plus over 130. The Yankees pitching was also great in 1939. Red Ruffing threw 233 innings with 148 ERA plus. Their bullpen ate up a lot of innings. Combined, Steve Sundra and Mariusa Russo threw 240 innings with an ERA below 2.75. That season, DiMaggio was incredible. He won the American League Most Valuable Player, batting .381 with a .671 slugging percentage, 30 home runs, and 32 doubles. Oh yeah, and he only struck out 20 times. In May of that year, they went 24-4, scoring 213 runs, or an average of 7.6 runs per game. By the end of May, they were already 6.5 games up in the American League. They won the American League by 17 games with a record of 106-45. In the World Series that year, they faced the 97-win Cincinnati Reds. The 1939 Yankees have the 6th best winning percentage of any team that won the World Series. They also have the largest run differential in baseball history at plus 411.
In 2 years, he had risen from a poor mill boy to the rank of a player in the major leagues. The ignorant mill boy had become the hero of millions. Out on the hot prairies, teams of Joe Jacksons battled desperately with the Ty Cobbs. There came a day when a crook spread money before this idol, and he fell. For a few dollars, he sold his honor. New York World.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Colin McHugh's been called into action. The Braves can stop the bleeding right here. 3 runs against this Philly bullpen with 3 more at-bats is not out of the question, as we saw last night. McHugh will go to work against Alec Bohm, who's 1 for 2. The first pitch from McHugh to Bohm is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Right there, top of the zone for a strike. Nice cutter by McHugh. It's 1-1. About time for birthdays. Going to sprinkle those in as we go along. Happy 76th birthday to the great Darrell Evans. The 1-1. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into left field. Making the catch is Rosario. And that'll end the inning. Mercifully. What a long inning. That inning started sometime in the Wednesday morning. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th. Braves trail by only 3.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every stew. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Take me out to the ball game. Come on. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. Don't win, it's a shame.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Braves trail by only 3. We got 3 innings left. I think the most difficult thing to do when you do these games, though, is to sit there and watch them. What feels like they're giving a game away, but a 162 game season, you can't go all in on every single game. It just gets frustrating as a fan. I say that because of the comment painful to watch. It is. You sit there and you're like, man, why are we not doing this? Why are we not doing that? But you can't go all in on every single game. You'd burn every one of these guys' arms out. But the Braves will come to bat here in the bottom of the 7th. And it'll be down here towards the bottom of the order, but then get something going. This could be an inning they could take advantage. Taijuan Walker has gone 6 innings and given up 3 earned runs. That was a long seventh inning, half of a 7th inning, top half. So he has been sitting on the bench for quite some time. See if he... A little surprised he's going back out there, but the Philly pen has really been worked. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is well off the plate, wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Ozzie, swing and pops it up. It's going to be an easy out. Ozzie Albies takes a seat, and there's 1 away. Ozzie goes into these slumps from the left side of the plate. I mean, it is just brutal. If he's going to continue to switch hit, I mean, you almost want him to just be more of a punch and Judy slap hitter and work with his speed. First pitch on the way to Arce is right there for a strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded over towards third, backhanded by Harrison, but it goes off his glove. It's going to be an infield single for Orlando Arcia. 1 on and 1 out. They're going to give that an infield single, but I'm telling you, that probably should have been an error. That's a play that the third baseman in Major League Baseball needs to make. The first pitch on the way to Harris is a strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1, and Arcia does not have the speed. So if he picks that ball cleanly, that's an out. The 0-1 pitch from to Harris is down below the knees. Ball, it's 1-1. Harris hit a home run his last time up, a 2-run shot. At the time, giving the Braves the lead. Hopefully that's a sign of him coming out of his slump. The 1-1 is high and out of the zone. It's 2-1. Standing on deck is Acuna. Olsen is in the hole if they can keep it going. The 2-1 to Harris. Swing! And that ball's hit high and deep into left field. Just gets out of play. Schwarber was giving chase over there. Feared it may stay in play for an easy pop-up. So instead it evens up the count at 2-2. Orlando leading off of first. There's 1 out. Whew, San Francisco all over Milwaukee 10-1. It's the night of the blowouts. The 2-2. Walker spins and fires it over to first. Tried to catch Arcia napping. Do it again at 2-2. That would be the ultimate what in the world if Arcia gets picked off from first, because he's not a threat to steal. The 2-2 pitch on the way in the dirt, ball 3. Good take by Money Mike. And now you got a full count. 1 on, 1 out. And Ronald Acuna Jr. standing on deck, representing the tying run. Harris can find a way to work himself aboard. We might have a chance here. The 3-2 on the way from Walker, turns and fires it again over to Arcia. He must think Arcia is a stolen base king. But now he's used both of his moves over there, so Orlando, if he thinks Mike won't strike out, it could be a possibility now. The 3-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's ripped down the left field line, going to get down for a base hit. And Harris comes through with a big single, one-out single, runner on first, runner on second, one out, and Ronald Acuna Jr. is coming to the plate. You got to figure this is the end of the road for Walker. He's only at 83 pitches. Well, I guess not. Well, JT's going to go out there and talk to him, so we'll see what happens here. Looking into the Philly bullpen, they've got a left-hander working in Strom, which I thought he was going to get the ball possibly Sunday, but pitching coach is going to come out here and talk to him. So this is probably his last batter, because with the lefty Olsen on deck, that's who Strom, the left-hander, would be set to face. So we're back at it. The powwow's done. The first pitch to Acuna is right inside for a ball. Misses way inside. It's 1-0. Braves trail by 3. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high down the right field line. It's going to be caught by Castellanos for out number 2. On the play, Arcia tags up. So we'll have runners on the corners and 2 away. But you just hate to see that, because a wasted out, and now they are going to bring the left-hander in. So Strom's going to come in to face Olsen. Lefty-lefty matchup. Now, the good news, if he doesn't get Olsen, you've got Riley, Darnode, and Ozuna righty due up. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Challenge accepted. This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
I'm not audible. How audible? I'll use
Omaha! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Do it! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Luda Raiders!
Red Lion! Omaha!
Time out!
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Darryl Strawberry has gone out to get some sunglasses, so the sun has poked through the clouds here at Wrigley, much to the delight of the fans.
There's a lot of daughters here, too.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Matt Strom's coming on, left-hander with a 3.09 ERA. He's faced Olson in 3 other times, has yet to give up a base hit. First pitch to Olson, high and inside, almost clips him. 83-mile-an-hour slider misses, and it's 1-0. Runners on the corners. Strom asks for a new ball. The 1-0 to Olson. Down below the knees, ball 2-0. So he's gone slider to start off the at-bat. 1 high, 1 low. Though I don't believe the high one was intentional. I think that one was slipped. The 2-0 pitch, swing, and that ball's fouled off out of play. 94 miles an hour on the outer edge. It's 2-1. Six to 3 your score. The 2-1 count. Runners on the corners. 2 away. Lefty-lefty matchup. The at-bat of the game so far. The 2-1. High. Top of the zone for a strike. Fastball taken by Olson. Probably a good idea. That was a pitcher's pitch. It's 2-2. That's one of those ones you only swing at if you got 2 strikes. So now you got a 2-2 count. 2 on, 2 out. Deuce is wild in Atlanta. Swing, and that ball's grounded over towards third. It's going to be an easy play by Harrison. Flips it over to first, and it's a 5-3 putout, and the Braves are down. We head to the top of the 8th inning. Braves trail by 3. Bottom of the order coming up for the Phillies.
Hello there. Oh, what fresh hell is this?
I'm not audible. How audible? I'll use. Omaha! Red Polly! Blue poncho! Do it! Rambo! Give me first shot here. Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Do the Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! I'm out!
Armchair.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Oh, wow, I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
What?
Armchair.
Of all baseball's ancestors, town ball was by far the most popular. Under its rules, the infield was square. 8 to 15 men played on a side. Sometimes as many as 50. The pitcher or feeder was the least important player. It was his job to lob the ball to the striker, who could wait and wait for the pitch he wanted. The runner was out if the ball was caught on the fly, or if he was soaked, hit with the ball while running between bases.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Colin McHugh fires the first pitch in there for a swing and a miss strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 to Marsh is off the plate wide. 1-1. 1-1 delivery on the way. Swing, and that ball's grounded over towards first. Backhanded by Olsen. Jumps up, fires it to first. McHugh covering. He'll tag the bag, and there's one away. Looking ahead to the eighth inning, bottom of the eighth inning, Braves will have Riley, Darnold, and Ozuna due up. You wonder if they'll try to go back out there with Strahm, the left-hander. Bring Harrison to the plate. Harrison's 0 for 3, and the first pitch to Josh Harrison is a strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. Somehow, the Mets didn't score earlier in that base-loaded situation, so it's still 2-1 New York. The 0-1 is right there for a strike. It's 0-2. The 0-2 from Colin lets it fly. Swing and popped up high in the sky. Should be caught. It is by Harris, and there's quickly 2 away. It's a shame we don't have more left-handers going, because I'd like to see more Josh Harrison out there, man. He has lost it. He was once one of my favorite players that didn't play for the Braves, but man, he is definitely lost a step. His batting average is going to go down to 172, and his OPS is around 4 something. First pitch on the way to Stott is a strike right there on the edge. Sweeper clipped the right side of the zone. 0-1. The 0-1. Whoa, inside. Well inside. Four-seam fastball misses. It's 1-1. This score holds. Philadelphia will move within 7 games of Atlanta. The 1-1. Right there on the edge. Good pitch by Colin. It's 0-2. 1-2, excuse me. We'll be back at it tomorrow. Pitch by pitch, play by play. 4:10 first pitch. Pre-game will start about 3:30. The 1-2 misses wide. It's 2-2. So a 2-2 to Stott with 2 outs. I'd like to get this inning over. Whoa! Pitch way well out of the play. It's a slow curve high in the zone. Register at 69 miles an hour. Is that right? Now it's a full count. The 3-2. Whale outside. Nowhere near the plate. Ball 4. So McHugh walks Stott, and now Turner comes to the plate. If you missed the news yesterday, Max Fried has started a throwing program. It's the good news. The bad news, he's still not expected back till sometime around the All-Star break. First pitch is fouled back, straight back by Trey Turner. It's 0-1. Trey Turner came in this year with the hefty contract, over $300 million to the Phillies in the offseason. One on, 2 away. The 0-1 pitch from McHugh. Rocks and fires. Swing, and that ball's popped up, foul and out of play. It's 0-2. Turner is from Boynton Beach, Florida, but his wife was from the South New Jersey area, so a lot of folks felt that had a lot to do with why they chose Philadelphia. I'm sure the $300 million didn't hurt at all either, but that had a lot to do with why they wanted to go east. The 0-2 pitch, swing, and ball's hit high and well out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Turner having a down year so far, considering the money that he's been brought in for. He's got a 679 OPS, 5 home runs, 14 RBI, and a 245 average. Getting a lot of boos in Philadelphia. The 0-2 pitch. Runner on the move again, and d'Arnaud throws it down to second. Stott's got it stolen. Ozzie is motioning over the dugout, says that he thinks he got him. So we'll see what happened here. It was a wide throw, but it looks like he might have tagged him on the ankle. Not seeing a really good angle. If he got him, well, no. I thought they were going to take a look at it, but they decided not to. So the 1-2 pitch is in the dirt. Ball 2-2. So now McHugh has worked it on a 2-2 count to Turner with the runner in scoring position, and Bryce Harper stands on deck. The 2-2 pitch set up outside, swing, and that ball's grounded over towards third. Riley's got it, flips it over to first, and gets Turner by about a step. That'll end the inning. So the Braves avoid giving up another run, trail by only 3, in the heart of the order, coming to the plate.
She's bald! Bald. What do you think I mean, bald? Bald! Bald! She's bald! She's bald!
Jack Suwinski made history, becoming the first rookie with 3 home runs, including a walk-off as the Pirates beat the Giants 4-3. The left fielder went 3 for 3 with 3 home runs, 3 RBI, and a walk. After the game, Suwinski said, "To do it on Father's Day with my dad here, I know it means a lot to him, and it means a lot to me. He's always been there. Just being able to share that, knowing he's here, it's awesome. It's hard to describe." His first home run came in the 4th inning to tie it at 2. 2 innings later, he hit an even deeper home run to right that gave the Pirates a 3-2 lead. His final home run was on the 3rd pitch of the bottom of the 9th. That ball also went to right field. This is not his first walk-off. He had a walk-off after hitting one against the Diamondbacks. Suwinski is the second Pirate rookie to hit 3 home runs in a game, joining Andrew McCutchen.
A South Carolina country boy, he had learned how to bat from a Confederate veteran who had learned his baseball from Union soldiers in a northern prison camp. He had hoped to be a pitcher until he broke a batter's arm with a wild pitch. Jackson could neither read nor write, but he could hit. 408 in his rookie year, 356 lifetime, the 3rd highest average in history. His home runs were called Saturday specials because most of the textile workers' games in which he got his start were played on Saturdays. And he hit them with a special 48-ounce bat, Black Betsy, made for him by a local lumberman from the north side of a hickory tree, and darkened with coat after coat of Jackson's tobacco juice. Ty Cobb himself thought Joe Jackson the greatest natural hitter I ever saw. He was called Shoeless Joe because he was said once to have been spotted in the minors playing in his socks when new shoes proved too tight.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Austin Riley steps in, and the first pitch on the way from Strom is swung on and pounded deep foul out of play. And it's 0-1. Lefty-righty matchup. They do leave Strom in. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 94 miles an hour on the inner cut. It's 0-2. So left-hander will stay in to face Riley, d'Arnaud, and Ozuna, all 3 right-handers. The 0-2 pitch, high and inside, it's 1-2. A little surprised by that, but we'll take any chance we got. The 1-2 pitch, high and inside, 2-2. And they say his fastball is only 94, but it really explodes out of his hand. The 2-2 to Riley. The windup lets it fly. Called inside strike 3. An iffy call, but at the same token, you can't take that pitch with 2 strikes. It might have been a hair inside, but once again, you just absolutely cannot take that pitch. I know he's trying to work his way on. I get that, but you got to hack at that. It's way too close. Especially with this umpire. He's been blowing calls left and right back there all night long. So that'll bring d'Arnaud to the plate. d'Arnaud takes a swing at the first pitch, a slider. Oh and 1. The 0-1 pitch, swing and pops it up. Easy can of corn over to second. High in the sky, making the catch is Stott, and there's 2 outs. So 2 quick outs here. Looks like rolling the dice against the righties is going to work with Strom. He'll now face Ozuna. If Ozuna were to reach, you figure Rosario would take a seat and Pilar would come to the plate. Lefty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. 93. Blew it right by him. It's 0-1. No, it's repetitive, but they keep putting up their 93, 94. I mean, he's blowing the ball right by him. Pitch looks every bit of 97, 98. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's blasted high and deep. Going back on the track. Over the wall. Marcell Ozuna has done it again. His 11th home run of the year. 416 happy feet. 106 miles an hour off the bat. And the Braves have pulled within 2. Unbelievable. He absolutely tattooed that pitch. That's why I was a little surprised that Strom was coming in. Not so much against d'Arnaud, but as hot as Riley has been, as hot as Ozuna has been, I kind of thought Riley might do the same. But we're back within 2, and now, no matter what Pilar does, a bloop and a blast would tie this game. Changes the dynamics of this game so much heading into the 9th. We still got the bats here in the 8th, so we'll see what happens. Kevin Pilar will grab the bat, and Rosario is now out of the game. And it looks like they're going to stick with Strom. I thought they might go to the pen, but not following their pen the way I do the Braves. I don't know what kind of usage that they've gone through here recently. The first pitch to Pilar misses for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Did he go around? They're going to say he went around on that slider. It's 1-1. Dominguez is warmed up in the pen. The 1-1 pitch. Down below the knee, slider misses again. It's 2-1. Two one from Strom. Lets it fly down below the knees. It's now 3-1. So now you got a 3-1 count, and Ozzie Albies standing on deck. There's no way they let him face Strom with the righty up in the pen. Ozzie, a much better right-handed power hitter. The 3-1 pitch, swing, and pops it up high in the sky. That'll be caught by Marsh, and that'll end the inning. But the Braves do put one on the board. Ozuna, that man does it again. The Braves trail by only 2 heading to the 9th.
Gas prices are so high that I just saw Dolly Parton carpooling with Jolene.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. At Fenway Park, which is the home of the Boston Red Sox, there is a lone red seat in the right field bleachers. The seat signifies the longest home run ever hit in the ballpark. The home run was hit by Ted Williams in 1946 and was officially measured at 502 feet.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
I've made more money than I ever expected to, but I'm putting all of it, and more too, into the new plant for the Brooklyn fans. Of course, it's one thing to have a fine ball club and win a pennant, but to my mind, there's something more important than that about a ball club. I believe the fans should be taken care of. The club should provide a suitable home for its patrons. This home should be in a location that's healthy, it should be safe, and it should be convenient. Charles Hercules Ebbets.
My father used to talk about the building of Ebbets Field. He was 11 years old when they started building Ebbets Field, and he somehow remembered what the hopes were for that whole area of Brooklyn, because he lived right near there, that they would have their own stadium nearby. And he said he used to go by every day and watch another piece of it being put together. So when he first took me there, it was like showing me something that was part of his own history, not just a stadium somewhere else.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves have pulled within 2 after the Marcell Ozuna solo shot. First pitch on the way from Jesse Chavez, who comes out of the pen. It's a ball outside to Bryce Harper. It's 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup, the 1-0 pitch. Misses outside again, 2-0. Jesse trying not to cough up the run the Braves just were able to grab. Jesse giving a second to tie his shoes. The 2-0 pitch on the way. Called for a strike on the outer edge, even though the ball was dropped by d'Arnaud. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch, swing, and pops it up. High in the sky. Underneath it is Pilar. He'll make the running catch. And there's one away here in the top of the 9th. Tomorrow should be a good matchup. It is set to be Charlie Morton versus Zach Wheeler. First pitch on the way from Chavez to Castellanos is a wide strike called on the edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Chavez. Swing and comebacker, but it goes foul. Started to come back towards the mound, and then it kicked to the left in between home and third and went just foul before d'Arnaud could pounce on it. So we'll do it again. It's 0-2. Florida State leads Georgia 4-1. Women's college softball. Bottom of the 6th, Georgia is threatening. Northwestern still on top of Bama. Bama's one of the better teams in the country. Lead them 3-1 game 1 of that super regional. Chavez about ready to get back to work. He's got the 0-2 pitch, swing, and grounds it foul again. Do it again at 0-2. I love how Chavez makes sure that his eyewear matches the color of the jersey, if you ever notice that. He's got the red ones tonight. The 0-2 pitch off the plate wide. It's 1-2. Looks like Georgia has just scored, so it's now 4-2. Florida State over Georgia in that game. The 1-2 from Chavez just misses. Good pitch by Jesse, but good take by Castellanos makes it 2-2. The 2-2. Swing, and that ball's grounded hard over to short. RC has got it. Fires it across the diamond. What a cannon he unleashed. And there's 2 away. Love watching that kid throw the ball over to first base. It is a work of art. Don't get me wrong, Dansby was fun, but man, I'm a little bigger fan of RC, just the way he plays the game. And I know he doesn't have the speed that Dansby does, and I never expect the numbers that Dansby put up offensively, but man, he is fun to watch. So now there's 2 outs. Schwarber comes to the plate. Schwarber takes the first pitch. Cutter on the outside part of the plate. It's 0-1. Braves trail by 2. We head back to the bottom of the 9th as the 0-1 pitch swung on, and it's a comebacker to the mound. Chavez grabs it, fires it over to first, and it is a 1-3 putout. So we're going to head to the 9th. And what I was going to say is Ozzie, Arcia, and Michael Harris, and hopefully the rest of the gang coming to the plate.
Are you ready to eat?
Oh, right. Let's go. It's time to eat. We're going to dinner.
Dinner? Well, what time is it?
It's 4:30.
4:30. Who eats dinner at 4:30?
We got to catch the early bird. It's only between 4:30 and 6.
Yeah, they give you a tenderloin, a salad, and a baked potato for $4.95. You know what that costs you after 6?
We eat at a decent hour. I'll treat, okay? You're not buying us dinner.
I'm not force-feeding myself a steak at 4:30 to save a couple bucks, I'll tell you that.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down.
I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere.
Lager brings out the patriot in you.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Companies of every kind promoted baseball for their workers. Management believed it encouraged teamwork, provided a healthy way to fill spare time that might otherwise be devoted to labor agitation, and taught immigrant workers how to be real Americans. Nearly every industry had a lead: railroads, steel, electricity, coal and iron, textiles, meat packing, automobiles, and thousands of workers came out for factory games on the weekends.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Craig Kimbrell comes out of the bullpen to face the bottom of the Braves order. Well, let's hope he doesn't have his good stuff. He's been up and down over the last few years. He's set to face the left-handed Ozzie Albies. Ozzie's 0 for 3, all from the left side. The first pitch is misses. No, they're going to call that a wide strike. It's 0-1. 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Outer edge. The 0-1 pitch. Down and away. Knuckle curve misses. 1-1. That four seam came in at 94. Knuckle curve at 85 to give you an idea. The 1-1 pitch. Lets it fly. a bad swing by Ozzie at the knuckle curve in the dirt. It's 1-2. Pitch was nowhere near the plate, the zone, and Ozzie took a half-hearted swing at it. The 1-2 pitch. Swing! And that ball's rifled foul down the line. We'll do it again at 1-2. 96 miles an hour, about knee high. It's about where Kimbrel brings it nowadays. I've seen him come up a couple of times, 97-ish. That's about where he tops out. Then he tries to get you to wave at the off speed about 10 miles less. The 1-2 misses out wide, 94. It's 2-2. Standing on deck, Orlando Arcia. In the hole is Harris. If anybody gets on, Acuna. The 2-2 pitch. Inside, ball 3. 3-2. So a full count to Ozzie. That was a very dangerous take, by the way. That pitch was really close to the zone. The 3-2. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground, but foul past the first base line. We'll do it again. Full count to Albies. His run essentially means nothing. He's just trying to get on to bring the tying run up. So any way you can get on, any way or how, to bring the tying run to the plate. The 3-2 on the way. Kimbrel lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's popped up again. Easy fly ball. And there's one away. And that has become so routine with Ozzie Albies on the left side of the plate. I don't know why anyone, other than the starter, I don't know why anyone would ever want to face Ozzie from the right side. So that'll bring Orlando Arcia to the plate. Arcia is 2 for 3. First pitch to Orlando is swung on. He pops it up. Well, that'll be another easy out. Marsh is underneath it. He'll make the catch. And now there's 2 away. So 2 outs. Still hope, because if Harris gets on, Acuna represents the tying run. Just like that, a bloop and a blast could tie it. Michael Harris II will come to the plate. The first pitch on the way to Harris is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 inside, 95 miles an hour, 2-0. The 2-0 down below the knee. Oh, come on. Calls that a strike. Down around his shins, it's 2-1. I thought I'd seen some bad ones. Nate Tomlinson may be the worst. Before tomorrow's game, I'm going to look up his rankings. They are just awful. The 2-1 pitch. Fastball is right there for a strike. It's 2-2. So Harris is down to his last strike. It should be, or should have been, 3-0. At worst, 3-1 right now. The 2-2. Down below the knees, ball 3 should have been ball 4. So now Harris should get something to hit, because there's no way Kimbrel wants to face Acuna. The 3-2 pitch, down below the knees, ball 4. And Tomlinson didn't blow that call. And so now Ronald Acuna Jr. will come to home plate representing the tying run. And that's what we were wanting when this inning began, to just give us a chance. If he gets a bloop, a blast by Olsen would win it. First pitch on the way to Acuna is down and outside. It's 1-0. Real Muto going out there to talk to Kimbrel. Kimbrel on the other end of what it's like to be against the tomahawk chop. Of course, he came up in the Braves system many moons ago, traded out to San Diego during the rebuild. Craig Kimbrel now getting set to get back going against Ronald Acuna Jr., who's 0-for, has been struggling, but all we need is one swing by Acuna, and he's back. The 1-0 on the way. High and inside, ball 2-0. Of course, the other thing is, if he were to get on via the walk, the base hit, whatever, and Olsen comes up, he doesn't even have to plant one to tie the game because you'd have speed on the paths. The 2-0 pitch. High and inside, ball 3-0. When he called that a strike? Jeez Louise. Oh, okay. That's my bad. It actually foul tipped it. They were so quick in changing the ball out, I didn't realize that. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's ripped down the third base line, but foul. It's a fastball in the inner cut. It's 2-2. Now, you got to figure if you're Acuna here with a 2-2 count, I got to figure Kimbrel's coming with the knuckle curve to get him to chase. He'd be a fool to try to bring in a fastball. In his younger days, Kimbrel definitely would be coming fastball, but you got to figure it's got to be, I'd be sitting on a knuckle curve or at least ready for it. The 2-2. Tried to get him with that knuckle curve. It went just off the edge. And honestly, the way he's been calling this game, I'm surprised he didn't ring him up. So you got a full count. Harris is going to be on the go with 2 outs. Ronald Acuna Jr., the game is at the plate. The 3-2 swing, and that ball's popped up high and out of play. We'll do it again at 3-2. A 3-2 count. Standing house only. The wind up the pitch. Swing, and that ball's ripped over to third. Juggled by Harrison. He fires it over to first, and that'll end the game. A 5-3 putout. Hell of a ball game by both teams. Entertaining game, both games, tonight and last night. And I expect more of the same tomorrow. First pitch is 4:10. Though you're always disappointed with the loss. 162 of these games, you know you're not going to win them all. I like the way the Braves continued to fight in this game. And though they got the loss, they didn't make it easy. That is Craig Kimbrel's 400th career save. I sure am glad we could help him out with that. But the Atlanta Braves lose a tough one, 6-4. They're now tied in the series at 1 apiece. And we'll head tomorrow. First pitch is 4:10. We'll come on pregame show around 3:30 and bring you Braves Country today and get you set for Morton versus Wheeler. There's a couple other things we have to get into. There's a couple of moves that are pending we didn't get a chance to get into tonight. Braves lose a tough one to the Philadelphia Phillies 6-4. Your final numbers on the game: 6 runs, 7 hits for the Phillies, no errors. Braves 4 runs, 11 hits, no errors. Time of the game is just going to be a touch under 3 hours. We'll call it 2 hours and 56 minutes. The Atlanta Braves and Philadelphia Phillies will now be 7 games apart in the standings. The Mets lead the Rockies 4-1. That game is just in the 6th inning. And in Colorado, you never know what's going to happen there. In Atlanta, we'll head in tomorrow. Bare minimum a 4.5 game lead over the Mets and Marlins, depending on what happens tonight. They could still have the 5.5 lead. They'll have a 7-game lead over Philadelphia tomorrow. And Atlanta drops a tough one, but I thought Schuster pitched really well. I really feel like they should have given him a chance to finish that game. But they've got their numbers, and they're going to go by what they want to do. Today's baseball isn't like it used to be where you went with the gut feeling. They go with pitchers only going to see so many guys in the lineup so many times, and then they're going to pull them. Braves lose a tough one, 6-4. We will be back tomorrow, pitch by pitch, play by play, for Braves Country Baseball against the Phillies. Have a good night, Braves fans.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and youtube.com/Braves Country. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent Cy. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with one inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. And somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today, wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Gonna get another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Gonna get another cigarette, please.
You're listening to